this measure, let's say, which also, though, coming full circle, you need to have other programs, because if not, you're just going to have people who are like
other programs
legally free, right? But the other thing about this that's so frustrating is like breaking up the banks. That was a very racialized form of bailing out the bank. Insurance issues, the people who are, I mean, you know the stats more than I do. Generally speaking, like the people who are hurting the most are often disproportionately Black women. And
Black seniors have a disproportionate amount of medical debt. And when you think about it in this nation, every time we increase the amount of people who have health insurance, whether it be by expanding Medicaid or the Affordable Care Act, every time there's still a disproportionate amount of poor people of all colors, Black and brown people who are still left uninsured. Every time. I do not think this is a coincidence. This is by design. They know when they have these means-tested policies that some of the most vulnerable people are going to be left out. People who live in states, racist southern states, where their states refuse to raise the Medicaid eligibility. So you have people who work and they want to work, but they make, maybe $100 too much, $100 a month too much to qualify for Medicaid, but they don't work for an employer who provides health insurance, and they can't afford it through the Affordable Care Act because some of them plans have ridiculously high deductibles. And so it's the only way to help everybody. It makes sense, right? The only way to help everybody is to make the plan for everybody. So why are you picking and choosing who you're going to help when we have the money? How quick are they to sign off on the military bills? Yeah, they just write blank checks for that nonsense. But when it comes to basic things, and these are ponies, unicorns, we're not talking about free puppies for everybody in America, free Lamborghinis, free iPhone.
Wow. Is that woman passionate or what? Love
She's
her.
That is a great clip. That is so good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Good-ish. Very good. Guys, welcome to the Katie Halper Show. I'm Katie Halper, and I'm with
Jack Allison.
Jack Allison. If it's a Sunday night, Jack is here.
Here I am. Fresh-faced.
Fresh-faced and bushy-tailed. Is that the expression?
Yeah, that's the idea. Fresh-eyed. Fresh-eyed
and bushy-tailed.
Is
that a rabbit reference?
I think it's a reference to sort of, I guess a rabbit. Sure, a rabbit or, some kind of, I don't know, some kind of animal. One of the cartoon animals.
Yeah, one of the part of the cartoon community.
Yeah, one of the famous cartoon animals that we love to see.
Yeah, part of the cartoonati. Just grabbing some. I got my. It's a Sunday night, and it's time to have some coffee.
Oh wow! Really? Yeah. You're having coffee?
I mean, yes, I am having coffee.
I'm having a green tea. I'm all tea these days.
That's good. I mean, I don't like having coffee at night, but last night I just needed it tonight. And I wanted to welcome everyone and also give everyone the chance to like the show right now. Like it.
Oh,
Hit the like. And if you're not already a subscriber, then become subscribers. Okay. I don't know how I feel about this shirt, honestly. I grabbed it. It's from the store that my mother calls Sally Ann's. Do you guys know what that's code for?
I don't know it. No.
Salvation Army.
Oh, I think that's good though. I think it's good to get us on.
A lot of my stuff is from there, but I don't know if this.
But they're not one of the anti-gay ones, are they?
They may
I don't
be.
remember. Okay, they might be.
But
maybe they're canceled. They might be canceled.
They may be canceled.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know if it's like.
I think it's a great shirt.
It's a great shirt.
It looks nice. Yeah.
Well, what I had to do is it looks a little bit Fox News anchorish, which is okay because I got to infiltrate. So if you're watching Fox News, hire me.
Yeah.
But what I did is Kelly had
all the Aaron Rupars are gonna clip that. All the people that every time get so mad they're gonna clip that. Yeah.
Aaron Rue, come on the show and defend your terrible takes on that.
Well, Katie, somebody sent me the Aaron Rupar is canceled shit the last time I was posting about him. This guy he has a bad history with doing kind of crime reporting about Black people. It was a young Black kid got killed, and so he did a bunch of reporting on the kid's family to see if they were criminals and shit like that. And he theorized in the article that the child whose name was Nizelle was named after the N-word. He just speculated. He's perhaps it was Snoop Dogg likes to say, my nizzle, perhaps that's what the child was named after. And he got in like a bunch of trouble and shit.
I hope he
back
died.
then.
I hope he
This was
tried
like
to
in
die
St.
in that
Louis or
hell.
something like that.
Maria, can we try to get that?
He won't engage. He won't ever engage. But I have all the info.
Oh, do you have it? You want to share? Can you do a screen share, Jack?
Oh, of all the article?
I mean, yeah, just a little bit. We don't
sure.
Have to show
let me see
all
if I
of
can
it,
find it. Let me find it. This was a
and
couple
while you
weeks
do
ago.
that, I'll tell people. Jack is a real sleuth, and I'll tell people about what they're here to see. All right. So first of all, make sure you follow Jack on Twitter. You follow him on the Twitch, and follow me on KT Helps. But also, if you're here, please share this tweet. This link. Also, please like. And how many of you in this have subscribed already? Do you even know what subscription is? That's not challenging. That's like not a diss. I'm not being confrontational yet, but you don't want to miss out on anything. It's like a notification for if you took Twitter and applied it to YouTube. That's what it would be. It would be a notification. And I just want to tell people that on today's show, you're going to hear from me and Jack. We're going to walk you through some of the best and worst things that ever happened this week.
Yeah.
In the media.
Of all time this week. And it's actually, there's an ex of mine who really bad, very much of a lib, but he did once say, I still remember him saying years ago, and it cracked me up. We're talking like almost 10 years ago, but he G-chatted me or something. He's like, Green Lantern's the best movie I've seen in the last 4 hours or something. Anyway, that's a fair review.
Yeah, he broke up with me over email, but besides that, he was a totally great guy.
That's too bad. That's too bad. The email thing.
I'm not bitter. Like I just want people to know I'm not bitter. I'm very honest about people I'm bitter over, or at least I won't say I'm not bitter. Let's say that. And I'm really not bitter about anyone right now. It's weird. No, it's not weird. It's good. Actually, I just realized I felt hurt by an ex who I'm not bitter about. He did this anyway, we can talk about that another time. But are you friends with any of your exes, Jack?
Me?
Yeah. I shouldn't put you on the spot. What if you and Kate
not really. I mean, I'm just not that. I don't have that many. I don't keep that many close friends. But I'm not on bad terms with most of my exes. There's one or two that I talk to, but I don't talk to most of the people I know. You know what I mean? I have a close circle of friends. I'm not all the time texting with people. You know what I mean? But I'm not on bad terms or anything like that.
Can you hold on one second, Jack? Hold on one second. Hold on.
Sure.
Hello, guys. I have to mute myself for a second. Hello? Am I muted? What? Hi. I'm not muted yet. Yeah.
Now there you are. Well, what's going on, everyone? It's me. It's me, Jack. I didn't make any banana bread this particular week.
And we're back. Don't worry, guys. Sorry about that. I just have to keep Jack on his toes sometimes. You see, so sometimes whether that means I'm going to ask him a weird prying question about his exes.
I'm an open book. I really am. I really am an open book. It does not bother me. But I just hadn't really thought about it a little bit. Let's see here. I'm trying to find if I can share just a window here.
If not, send it to Maria, who's in that email, or put it in the private chat.
I just can't see how to share it. I'm a little confused, but I'll put it in the chat there. There it is.
Okay, there it is.
So that's it's only on the web archive now because it ended up getting deleted. But this is the piece.
It's in the private chat, Maria.
Aaron Rupar, which at the bottom is where he speculates that the boy perhaps is named after the N-word.
All right, we're definitely going to get to that. I can show that, or Maria's typing to me. Maria's lip syncing to me. We can see her because we're backstage. Everyone give a big hand to Maria and Brad and Kelly. And
keeping the show going.
Katie, you share. Okay, I'll share it. Fine. But I also want to say that the reason Kelly did pick out a really good shade of green for this background, but I realized that this Fox News anchor seat. Let's call this FNAS, Fox News anchor Seafoam. Or Fox News anchor teal.
Okay, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah. Fox News anchor Seafoam.
You can say that. You can, it could have been problematic, but it's not. So you can say that.
Well, I can see I didn't realize that I never registered that that's the typical color they go with. That's what I'm
typical. What do you guys think? Do you guys think it's kind of Fox Newsian?
That's what I'm sort of registering here.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's kind of let's see. I'm also looking for a Sean Duffy clip that we got to play because people do accuse me of not focusing on Republicans enough, which is true. If anyone can, oh wait, you can't post links. It's so annoying. Where is it? Okay. Sorry. Okay. What am I doing now? Can someone remind me what I was doing? And if anyone,
you were about to play a Sean Duffy clip, I believe.
Oh yeah, I want to
Sean
get
Duffy?
the Sean Duffy clip. I'm gonna actually, if anyone's watching this now and you can see my last tweet, my pinned tweet, which is about the show, can you guys show me where can someone post where the Sean Duffy clip is? We talked about it on Rising, and I can probably scroll through and find it actually. Let me try that. Sorry about this. Do you guys like this? I mean, yes, you do like it. You love
it's
this.
just a whole different, it's access.
It's access.
Behind the scenes
public
look.
access. Yeah.
It's public access.
All right, I got this. All right, I found it. Marie, I'm sending it to you. Also, guys, I had lost my phone, but I recovered it. That's all good.
Oh,
right,
good
Marie,
stuff.
Such good stuff. Okay. And I couldn't get into my Twitter because it couldn't get the notification. Anyway, so here's who's coming on the show. Lee Camp.
Wow.
Where is my head? Someone hide it. I'm have to be doing it without. But I
think I have some kind of Russian hat here. Give me 1 second here.
Oh yeah, he's my foil. Russian hat foil. Anyway, do they do the or what? Anyway. So, guys, if you're here, I just want to thank you. And if anyone knows where that that thing is, no, you know where my phone was, guys? My phone. Oh my God, Jack, you make me.
There we go.
Mother Russia. This song, you know what this shirt is? It's Katie Porter Seafoam. That's what we'll call it. Oh, I just made the red-brown alliance between Katie Porter and Fox News.
Problem is, I can't get my headphones on with this hat.
Oh, but it's so beautiful. Where'd you get it?
It was given to me for a Secret Santa last year. It was
Secret Santa, secret blood.
Well, there are pictures out there, Katie, of when I visited the Kremlin, and people will sometimes. Well, I visited the outside of the Kremlin. I didn't go to the inside of the Kremlin. A couple years ago, we did a trip to Europe, and so I basically flew into Russia and had to stay there overnight before we went over to France. And so I got to spend the night and have a day in Moscow. And I went and visited over by the Kremlin. And there's a picture of me in front of the Kremlin that sometimes...
You must share. Next time, if not easily accessible, we share it next
I can try to find my Kremlin picture. Let me try to find it here.
For Kremlin.
Let me try to find it here.
Yeah, those hits do work. I don't like how Jack is a Kremlin apologist. It was like, and I say that as professional Putin apologist. But why you have to go to Russia because you're going to France? Why not just say I'm going to Russia?
I mean, perhaps, hold on, I can send it in the private chat here. Perhaps I was meeting with my handler for, to receive instructions for my ongoing posts. You know what I mean? Perhaps I was
someone in Hollywood world. Chelsea handler. I'm rolling the Putin puns out to you. Yeah. Can everyone hear my mic? Okay.
No, I think you sound fine.
Okay, great. So I have pictures of myself that I have to send also. Let's see. So where should let me just get through. This is like Katie Halper introduces her guests is a 20-minute process, by the way. But here are, Maria, can I play that presentation? Will that show who the guests are? And does it include my friend's piece of art? Okay, great. So look at this beautiful thing. All right, crap. Wait, how do I access it to play it? Maria, can you put the link in the private chat? It's in there? She's so funny. Okay. All right, here we go. Got it. Thank you. All right. Oh, I see. Wait, watch it, guys. Okay. All right. So here's the show. Let me see if you can you see that? No, right? Well, maybe
you're doing a slideshow now. Look at that.
Oh yeah. How'd you know? Oh,
wow.
Can you see so we got Lee Camp.
Yeah.
Now, is the next thing up here, or is it still Lee Camp? No,
it says Lee Camp.
So I have to wait. Present mode. Oh crap. Sorry about this. Presenter view. Is that what I want? Yes, presenter view. And now I just have to make it so that I'm actually sharing. Maria, I think I have to go back in here and unshare. Yes. Oh my God. I wish people could see Maria. Like,
folks, we're all learning about StreamYard. Yeah, no, Maria's funny off camera here.
I really wish you could see this. All right, let's see. So Chrome tab. Oh yes. Yes, she will be mine. Oh, yes. You know what movie that's from? Wayne's World. Okay. Look at this. All right. So let me just go back to the one, number one. Okay. Here we're starting. Ready? Here's the show. Me, Lee Kemp. Okay. Beautiful presentation of visuals. Okay. Next. Look at this. Unrelated to theme of show. But look, my friend's 12-year-old daughter. My friend, the 12-year-old watching now. Hold on.
Wow.
I need to tell her. Let me mute myself again. Just behold the art.
Okay.
Or hold on.
I don't know what this art is, but it says problematic. And
Hi. Hold on. Hello?
it's pretty good. Still not. Well, she's muted now. All right, everybody. Well, this week I really did take it easy. You got to take it slow here in the holiday.
Sorry,
weeks.
guys.
Okay, there we go.
This is a great
All right.
gimmick. Anyway, I
was
thought
dressed up as the Grinch yesterday.
Oh, really? For what?
We do a mutual aid stream on the Jack AM show. We basically just directly raise money, and then distribute it to other people like in the community, like who are in need from COVID. People fill out request forms. They're like, I'm short on money or whatever. And this year we've done we gave away and raised $23,000 to people.
Wow.
Like, since March, we've done like 5 or 6 of these or something like that. And anyway, yesterday we set a goal of, raising, we set it at $2,000. And then when we hit that, I was made into the Grinch and put into Grinch makeup.
Wait, like
that's why I'm clean shaven now. That's why I'm shaven now as well.
Oh. Wait, was it like Cinderella? Like something happened and you automatically were like shaven?
No, Kate. We raised the money and we said, if we get to that amount of money, then I'll shave and be made into the Grinch before your very eyes.
Wow, yeah. That's pretty great. Well, do you have any photos of the Grinch?
It's my new profile picture on Twitter, and there's pictures. Kate posted as well.
Okay, great. Okay.
It's like just something it's like these fundraiser streams. It's really made me realize like what charity functions are. It's like usually they just spend half the money on a bunch of like a bunch of entertainment and food and stuff like that. If you don't spend the money and all you spend it on is like making one person look like the Grinch,
that's much less overhead.
You end up being able to stretch the money a lot better.
Oh my God, this is so scary. I'm sorry. Hold on. You have very great white teeth, though. Good on you.
Thank you.
Let's see. I'm gonna have to stop screen. I'll go back to that. But
it's actually not Grinch-like for me to have such straight white teeth, but
Yeah, what happened?
Sad.
Where is this? All right, we're going to do a screen share. Okay, let's see. Dr. Jack Grinch, Esquire. You guys see that?
There I am. Good. There I am as the Grinch.
So scary, right?
I was turned into the Grinch with Grinch makeup.
Wow. Who did it? Kate did it?
Kate did it. Yeah, we bought a prosthetic and,
Grinch face? Prosthetic Grinch face?
Yeah, well, it was a prosthetic werewolf that the people at the shop said that it looks like the Grinch, and you can make it look like the Grinch.
Of course they're going to say that. I mean,
well, it looks pretty good, I think.
It does.
We got it pretty Grinch looking.
What it looks like, though, by the way, is like a naked person whose legs are your eyebrows are their legs.
I can see it.
And they're like doing a handstand.
I see it in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a great movie, the Jim Carrey version, by the way.
Oh, I watched it just this year. I watched all the Grinches. I did a revisit of every Grinch. The Jim Carrey one is very solid. It's a solid movie. Right?
A lot of empathy in there. I guess so is the original DS.
I mean, the Chuck Jones original Grinch is just is great. The book, I think the Chuck Jones Grinch beats the book Grinch in my opinion, because did you know that book Grinch isn't even green? Chuck Jones brought that to the Grinch, making the Grinch a green guy.
A green guy. Wow. When was Chuck Jones?
So the Chuck Jones Grinch was the 1960s.
Marie, I can't hear you. So if you want to reach me, just message me in the private message. Okay. Sorry. Maybe she's just having a fight with someone. And I'm witnessing it. Sorry. What were you saying? Sorry. I'm so rude.
I was just saying it was in the Chuck Jones Grinch, the animated special that came out in what was the 60s or something like that, whenever it was.
Got it. Okay. The 60s. That's when it was from? Okay.
I don't know. When was the... Let me look it up, actually.
All
That's
right.
a good... When was the original Grinch? 66. Yeah, 1966.
Oops. Okay. 66? All right.
Mm-hmm.
1 second. Okay. So let me just, well, this is great. I really like it. And I'm going to just go back for a second to this thing, even though, and then we're going to have a lot to return to. So let me just do a share screen. I think this is it. Yes. Okay. So this is my friend's daughter. I guess she's my friend too now, you could say. She's 12 years old and she made that.
Wow.
Isn't it good?
That's really cool. Yeah.
I mean, she's really good. She should work for Kate, who does graphic design, right?
That's true. Kate does all sorts of artwork and animation and all kinds of that crap.
Yeah, you can't even tell that there are all these like they're oh, that's funny. Is Katie pointing out the snowflake? No, I don't think that's what she was doing. The anime blush is a nice touch. Oh, is that what it is? I don't
that's the anime blush kind of coming through the hair there. You know, anime will typically sort of have it come through the hair. That's why the eye is also kind of coming through the hair. The other eyebrow is there. This is definitely has roots in the mangaka style of artwork.
Wow.
I would say.
Good for her. Well, she's definitely, you know, it's an homage to not just me, but to that genre.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. But also, I don't know. I can't zoom in enough, but like, I hope people are aware of the fact that there are, maybe these are standard anime things, but there's like there are flowers in my hair. Is that making it bigger for everyone or just me? There are hearts going on. No,
Wow.
Yeah, can you see?
Yeah, no, it's kind of hard to see that detail.
I know. Let's see. How can I make it bigger? I don't think I can. But just know that next time we'll have it, I'll have some zooms in and stuff. But just know there are hearts in the hair. It's really great stuff. So everyone give a hand to Adele.
Very cool. Good job, Adele.
Can you clap, Jack? Please clap. Oh. Thank you very much.
You Jeb Bushed. Sorry.
I know I Jeb Bushed you. Yeah. Again, 12 years old. Very talented. Okay, so let's see. Want to give a shout out once again to everyone tuning in, to Adele, to Lewis. What's his name? The director?
Lewis who?
Who's the director of the Grinch movies? There's no Lewis, is there?
Ron Howard. Oh, Chuck Jones was the director of the animated special.
Lewis.
Rob Howard obviously directed it, and then the Illumination Grinch was directed oddly by Scott Mosier, the producer of all the Kevin Smith movies.
Oh,
but, we hadn't really talked about that, but sure, that is a fact.
Okay, so Ron Howard is the Jim Carrey one.
Jim Carrey one is directed by Ron Howard. Yeah,
that was so good. I'm going to forgive Ron Howard for his progeny saying that she took responsibility for downplaying police brutality, even when she knew he was wrong or something.
That's Bryce Dallas Howard said that? Is that?
Everyone was like, I take responsibility for making assumptions, blah, 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 blah. And then it gets to her. Well, first, of course, Deborah Messing is like the only one who's so clearly reading. She's like, I take responsibility for all the times that I used my white privilege and didn't say anything.
Jesus.
Like, so bad at reading it. That wasn't. But then Bryce Howard says something ridiculous. Like, I take responsibility for all the times that it's really good. I got to find it. If someone can find it, direct me to it. It's from my own video. But I tweeted about it and it would have said Parenti in it probably. And I don't know. Anyway, I like to throw out challenges there. So anyone that wants to take any of these challenges, you can put them in under my tweet. Sparky, I just want to give a shout out to Sparky. I don't care if Katie is a Russian operative. She's still my best girl. Yep. That's my name. And then who do we have on the show, you ask? I'll tell you who we have on the show. Thanks, Berkey. We have Lee Camp of Redacted Tonight, and we have Leslie Lee, Trevor Beaulieu, and Esha Krishnaswamy, who's going to be talking about the strikes in India and much more.
That's a great lineup.
It's a great lineup, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you like that lineup, I'm just going to be totally whatever. please subscribe, please clap,
Yeah.
please like, and consider I'm really pushing the $1 Patreon membership, which doesn't, because that'll let me, you know what I'm trying to kind of do is the like Jacobin model, the Dig, you know, that podcast, The Dig?
Yeah, sure.
So there's nothing that's like paywall content. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I'm thinking that for the video for YouTube, I just want to emphasize a lot of small donors, kind of Obamaing it or Bernieing it. And yeah. So anyway, if you want to just pay $1 a month, I know not everyone can do that, but it's like 2 beers, 3 beers, depending on where you live and what kind of beer you like. Just consider doing that.
Where do you get a beer for 50 cents?
Oh, no, for a year. It's a year beer.
Oh, a year for a year. Okay, I got you. I'm like,
Sorry.
what the hell? Where are we getting these beers?
Sorry about that. All right. So again, shout out to a gel. And should we watch some clips from the meeting?
Please. Let's do it.
Oh, first we should go to your article about Arun Rupa. Why did wait?
It's just old. It's old, you know. It's an old thing that he used to write. He basically was on a fucked up beat as a blogger of looking into. He was on the crime beat, and I believe this is this Minneapolis?
Also, I'm sorry I called him Arun. It's Aaron.
It's Aaron. Aaron Rupar. Aaron Rupar.
Aaron Rupar. Okay.
Yeah, Aaron Rupar. Yeah, this is in Minneapolis, and this is on, you know,
white, right? Not that's
he's a white guy, yeah. Okay. And so this is an entire article that's about, you know, the criminal history of the family of a kid who was gunned down, like a 6-year-old who was killed. And then if you look in the last 2 paragraphs, he basically what the reporting that Aaron did here was like look at the Facebook information of like a murdered kid, and then try to find out like if those family members had like been, you know, involved in crime or anything like that. But in the final 2 paragraphs, he says on his Facebook profile, Niz describes himself as such. I go to school and work all the time. I'm executive producer. The Pie Press reports he's a rapper performing under the name Business. And then Rupar, in the sort of authorial voice, says perhaps one of his favorite rappers inspired him to name his now deceased son Nizzle. According to Urban Dictionary, Nizzle is Snoop Dogg's way of saying, and then he puts like the N-word there. So he basically speculates that this murdered child, who he's like writing an article about, like, you know, how his family has done crime and stuff like that. He's also like, and perhaps maybe this boy was named after the N-word.
I mean, this guy, sometimes like it requires some experience to write appropriately about something, but sometimes it's like your sense of empathy. It's like you don't know where he could be Nizzle's friend. Like he's just so gets it.
It's yeah, truly, yeah. You can see that there's a lot of heart there, and there's a lot of empathy for the subjects here. You know, it's basically like this guy was on an ugly beat, and you know, he probably would just be like, I was on a beat. It did become a big problem. Like, this article is not up anymore. He ended up having to apologize for it. There were like people in, like, there was, you know, there was controversy over it at City Pages. But now he's, you know, the Vox clip watcher guy. So that's that.
Who likes to expose, quote unquote, expose. Oh my God. That's
well, what he likes to do. So basically what this guy does even now is his form of reporting is that he is just tasked to watch Fox News all day, every day. And he has access to some kind of system. I don't know what it is, but there's some kind of clip pulling system that costs a lot of money that Vox and all these places use. And he has access to that system. And what his job is to watch cable news all day and pull clips. The only editorializing he likes to do is trying to shit on anyone who's left of Joe Biden for going on Fox News and raise a big fucking stink about it. Which, by the way, I don't think I don't care about that, and it annoys me whenever anyone raises a stink about that. But another interesting thing I think about Aaron Rupar is he never posts any clips when like Matt Iglesias goes on Ben Shapiro. his
that's
boss, Matt
interesting.
Iglesias, like when certain people go on right wing media, there's no clips posted. Oddly, it's only when people, of a certain left of a certain ideology go on Fox, then he makes a big stink.
Well, according to what is this? MSP? Is this MP? A Minneapolis place, right?
Yeah.
What journalist Aaron Rupar has learned while covering the Trump administration? What happens when you spend 4 years watching more Fox News than anyone in the country besides Donald Trump?
Well, you shouldn't do that, first of all. That's not a healthy thing to do.
If you're like Minnesota native Aaron Rupar, you end up speaking the president's language.
I'm like, no, dude, you just actually watched TV for 4 years.
But
Like,
also,
this.
how many people know? Do they know? Whoever wrote this piece, like, do they understand that other people besides Donald Trump and this guy watch Fox News? Like,
you know what else?
It does really well.
Yeah, like it gets the highest ratings of any cable news. Yeah. Actually, the other thing that drives me crazy about this is like all these guys whose job it is to watch Fox News. And listen, Fox News is awful, and I think that Fox News is evil. I think all TV news is evil, but I do think that like Fox News is like excessively evil, or like they're certainly more Nazi-ish about it outright. But I think that all these guys whose job it is to watch Fox News all day start to get an outsized like opinion of how important Fox News is, and part of that is because I think they're doing a job which makes them watch Fox News all day. Like they suddenly think it's the most important thing ever that nobody ever go on Fox News or legitimize Fox News. I'm like, first of all, nobody watches Fox News as much as you do, so people aren't just like getting their, getting all upset about it. No, most normal people are not forced to watch Fox News all day, every day. So maybe you think that the like political action of watching Fox News is important, and so maybe that makes you overthink the political importance of like boycotting Fox News. You know?
Well, the thing that kills me is that like. First of all, someone please make a Matt. Matt Iglesias, I went to high school with him. So Matt, you're welcome to come on the show. And this is not an attack on you because I don't think that going on Fox is per se problematic. I think there's obviously there's a whole spectrum. We can talk about this later with Leslie Lee. Did I mention Leslie's coming on the show later?
Yes, you did.
All right. But like when I went on to fight with Laura Ingrams, it's a no-brainer. Like no one I know criticized me for that because I clearly was being adversarial.
If you're being an antagonist, sure. Yeah.
There's like no question. There's no moral fine line there. But like I want a mashup of Matt Iglesias' Fox News appearances because then I want to send it to Aaron and ask him to condemn it.
Well, no, there's literally like, Matthew Iglesias goes on the Ben Shapiro show.
Not Fox News. Sorry, the Ben Shapiro show.
He goes on the Ben Shapiro show and he's actually like kind of making a nativist argument because he wrote a stupid fucking book about like how we need to have 1 billion people in America. Because like, Matt Iglesias came up with this like boneheaded idea that like to compete, we need more like
Bangladeshi fires.
Yeah, I mean, ostensibly, it's like his book is about how America, if we want to compete in like the global marketplace, we need to like have as many people as China, which I think is foolish even to begin with. We should not be doing that. But then when you combine that with his opinions about like Bangladeshi fires and stuff like that, I'm like, so are you saying we need like more expendable underclass here in America? You know what I mean? Is that what you're saying? Is like to compete with Bangladesh, we need more, unprotected underclass?
Right. Well, it reminds me of the New York Tandon thing, right? It's like you got to sacrifice something. So it's like either WIC and Head Start or not stealing oil from the countries.
Hostage taking, not foreign relations by hostage taking.
Yeah. Right. It's Russian roulette in some way, no matter what. But anyway, so this is we should definitely have a mashup of all Vox people ever and Mayor Pete appearing on Fox News or anything nativist. Or Tucker Carlsonian.
Right. They love Pete though, because Pete, they're like, oh, he says like an own about how the president dated a porn star or whatever the fuck.
Well, the other thing is that, and I bring this up a lot, the bigger conversation is not, oh my God, it's terrible that Ro Khanna went on Fox News. The bigger conversation is, oh my God, it's terrible that he'll get invited to talk about anti-war stuff on Fox News before he will get invited to go on MSNBC.
For sure,
And
yeah.
even besides that, fuck yeah, do I want like Republicans hearing an anti-war message? I just don't understand. Why did I say fuck yeah? There was like kind of in character, but I didn't delineate it that way, so I just looked like a little weirdo. But hell's yeah, I want Fox News viewers to be exposed to this argument, like this whole like pre-woke conditions thing, like woke precondition thing, where you have to have the right politics to even be spoken to, even if you're going to convert people, which is a real possibility with anti-war stuff.
Yeah,
I think you tap into isolationism. Sorry, like you're not catering to it. You're not saying these are, obviously Ro Khanna is not going to be like, we don't like brown people, so why should we be spending money meddling in their affairs? We need to protect white people here. That's not it. But like, if someone wants to be, I don't know, whatever, like just meet people where they are and then push them. But it's also like, just
listen, I don't think, here's what I actually think about a lot of the people that watch Fox News is that they're not like that hardcore ideological. You know what I mean? Like, I think that it's just like the most entertaining news channel. And I think a lot of people watch Fox News because they're like, what the hell are these guys going to say next? You know what I mean? Like, it's just right-wing media is more entertaining.
Yeah.
And so that's what people leave on all the time. Like, I do think that, it's possible to go on. I mean, Bernie went on and got applause, and, more people raised their hands saying that they wanted government-run healthcare and all this kind of stuff. It's like, and another part of it is I do think that like part of it is like, Fox doesn't live by the same sort of omerta of who's allowed on news and who's not. Right. And so some of it is like all the people that are in their little club of media being like, but Glenn's not supposed to be allowed on TV, like he's not supposed to. That's like uncouth, like we all agreed not to have him on.
No, that's true, because there is like the dinner party circuit thing that happens that kind of doesn't when there's interesting. I mean, it is weird, but yet they're okay with like Bill Kristol on MSNBC. So
it's just it's fucking nonsense. None of it makes any sense. They're okay with the Lincoln Project in general. Like, it's nonsense, so it's almost like not even worth engaging. Yeah. Like sometimes you're just like, God damn, these, like, you just want to be like it's good to have debates, but then sometimes you just want to be like, shut up, you're stupid. Shut up, that's a stupid thing to say. That's a stupid thing to say.
The thing that's stupid to me is like, do you know that Tucker Carlson isn't anti-war? Like, he's not a peacenik. It's like,
of course.
That. That's not interesting, and you're so not smart for saying that. Like, there's literally nothing, and it's so annoying the way that the people making that argument think that they're being like the adults in the room explaining to us. It's like, I got that when I was 5. Like, that's how old I was when I.
You know that all these guys are also just fucking TV show hosts. You know what I mean? It's like they also like, they're like, do you know that Tucker's like? I'm like, they're all ridiculous. They're all just TV show hosts. Like, Anderson Cooper is getting drunk every New Year's. Like, it's all a joke. Like, how can you take any of it seriously? It's a fucking joke. They're all,
Well, also, I saw Tucker Carlson and Paul Begala, by the way.
Wow.
At Penn Station years ago.
Wow. Hanging out?
Backpacks. That sounds really suspicious. They were just both wearing one of them was wearing backpack, or maybe like I think maybe it was a wheelie suitcase. I have to find it. Something nerdy. Anyway.
Were they hanging out with each other?
Yeah, I think they were about to do a media appearance.
Wow, okay.
I don't really know, but okay, so what else? Anything? We still have to go through these clips, but anything else in particular that we want to make sure we hit?
I guess, I don't know. It's been the week. God damn. It's just, is it not annoying lately, Katie? Do you not feel like a little bit annoyed lately by what the tenor of the discourse is, and by, what the discourse, is it not exhausting? Is it not just exhausting lately, the way that everyone is being?
Yeah, it is. And we need a discord. I don't know.
We need a discord. We need a discourse disconnect. We need a refresh entirely.
The whole thing that the force to vote thing.
Yes, I kind of am talking about the force the vote, the entire force the vote thing, and all of the discourse around it, and all of it. It's really frustrating, and honestly, this shit with Benjamin Dixon and Bree, and I'm like, this is all like, I'm like, man, we just had like. I can't believe how frayed the like whole left movement is like over some stupid shit. Like what a simple thing to just be like, we can support, elected officials being asked to do their job. Like I cannot believe how stupid the whole thing has gotten. I really just can't believe it.
And also it's like, the irony is this, like I have to have Jimmy on again because I disagree with him on certain things. But what I really find annoying is all the people who are like, he just wants to get attention off of this and he's toxic. Like, why don't you stop covering it?
Right, exactly. Like if that's what you are convinced, then why are you making the name Jimmy Dore trend every fucking day? Like, then stop talking about him. Like,
it's because all the grifter shit that they talk about and all the clickbait stuff applies to themselves.
Well, I'm also like, let's have a larger conversation about this. Like, what the fuck is everybody doing?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, of course, Jimmy Dore is a guy who's doing an entertainment show. You know what I mean? And he's like getting paid to do an entertainment show. And I don't think anybody else is like saying that he's not. You know what I mean? Right. Like everybody's like making some kind of money here or whatever. Yeah. In fact, that's the reason why you should not make it about fucking Jimmy fucking Dore. You should be like, okay, like this guy is just like a comedian guy. Who cares? Like, let's either not have a conversation about this at all because he doesn't matter, or like have it outside of this guy. But like, I'm just, oh, Katie, I'm at my last nerve with the entire thing. I really am tired of all of it.
Me too. And honestly, I don't even know what the response is. I think there are a lot of interesting things that have come up on it. And I basically have been like defending the Jimmy Bree, but I don't even want to call it that, the force the vote thing. But like, I don't know. My problem is that like, there's been a lot of problem. You know what? Who cares? But also, I just want to give Brie a shout out because the shit that she's dealt with, she shouldn't have to deal with. And I don't like something I never know how to deal with is like the intra left stuff because there are times like I like Jacobin. I disagree with them on certain things.
Sure.
I love Max Blumenthal, the Gray Zone, Aaron Mate, but like I don't hate Jacobin. And I have guests on who hate Jacobin. I have guests
on inter-left shit that I'm trying to stay out of. I really like to stay out of it. I'm not like that interested in all the inter-left stuff. Yeah. This is the one where I'm like, this has truly become annoying enough where I'm like, I'm pissed off, frankly. I'm annoyed at everybody.
Like talk about Bree's ideas and why you don't like them and don't project some weird like.
Listen, maybe I'm a weirdo, but like honestly, the way people are to Bree pisses me off, to be honest with you. It does piss me off. Like people are really fucked up to Bree and they say, whatever. It does piss me off. The like how ugly people are about Bree Joy Gray. And just in general, I do find the whole thing pretty annoying. I do think that like, somehow they've gotten the name Jimmy Dore to trend on Twitter all week, and that is frustrating to me. It's actually frustrating to me.
Yeah. I mean, I want to have Max. Not Max. I mean the comments. I want to have David Sirota and Jimmy Dore I'm challenging both of you to have a rapprochement on my show. We don't have to do it live. I'm just saying it. But I think they're both important people who do. I don't mean important like clout. I think they both do really good things. But also, okay, yeah. I don't know whether I should engage in this. Let's see. No, not. Someone's backstage telling me no. Just you know what I'm going to say. Someone was called in. There was an Assad reference, not Assad hater, who, by the way, I know we have to get back on the show, but we'll talk about all this later. Thank you, Deborah Down. Deborah Drown. Yeah, this will be. Alan Smith died. Who? What is this?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know that one.
Anyway, yeah, we'll oh, thank you, Sansa Karaoke. You don't even know what I was gonna say I was gonna engage in, but you know who likes force the vote, and this is what's interesting. Yeah, but by the way, the dumbest, thank you, Olu. They're all hypocrites, both in left and right. The dumbest argument against Brianna Joy Gray is that she's stupid. and doesn't understand how the court works. Someone said
that
it's
shit is offensive to me, Katie,
It
and I
is
try not to
so
be like
offensive.
that way about that, but like that shit pisses me off. Bree is like actually super smart. Bree is, I think, one of the like sharper people like on the left that we have. You know, we truly need to protect Bree, and to see people try to sell out Bree because they want to go fucking work on MSNBC. I cannot. I'm not okay with that. Like, fuck them. Is truly how I feel.
This,
Fuck them.
you know, we got. It's time for our weekly segment of That Ain't
it, Chief. That's not it, Chief.
That's not it, Chief. Yeah.
That is not it, Chief.
Yeah.
It is time for that segment.
Yeah, it is time for that segment. So by the way, there's someone in the back end who, can we switch your oh, okay, I guess she got the message. That's not what I mean. But let's see. The left, Elizabeth Agriopoulos says the left needs to have an argument about classist gatekeeping immediately. It's extremely important. Yeah, that's true. There is that. In fact, that people who hate Jimmy Dore have been annoyed about the way that people mock him. Like I know very smart, non-overeducated people who've made that complaint to me.
I want to also say this, Katie, and this maybe this is the thing that will get everybody mad, but I think it's really fucking stupid to be trying to pass like Ben Dixon did this, and other people were too, trying to pass around this article being like Jimmy Dore has a house in Studio City that's $1.2 million. I'm like, that is, first of all, people on the left are going to own homes. It's just the way it's going to be. Like, yes, that's maybe a little bit, you're a sellout or something, but that's living in fucking America in 2020. You know what I mean? And you're not even a sellout. That's right. It's like, it's not even the thing. It's like, there are going to be people on the left that like have enough money to own a house. And like, that's what we want. We want it to be a mass movement that like includes people and stuff like that. Jimmy Dore owning a fucking house in Studio City. The man was on television in the 90s. Like, that's not even like that nice of a house. I mean, I don't know. It's like, I truly was pretty disgusted by that. And if we are going to be like trying to cancel people on the left when they just challenge like beloved political figures, if we're going to try to cancel people over owning a sort of modest house, we're not going to get anywhere. We are just not ever going to get anywhere if it's some stupid shit like that. We never are.
Yeah, I mean, Kat's pointed this out. Bernie was a millionaire. We've seen this before. Matt
it's like
what is it? Jimmy was what is it?
Jimmy was on fucking television in the 90s. Like, that he doesn't have like a much bigger house, it actually speaks to, you know what I mean?
Medical bills, which is important. As Leslie Lee had said on the show before, you know, if he wanted to sell out and go right, he could have a show on Fox News. But here's the thing that really kills me. And I keep bringing this up, and Katz, you refer to this, Bernie was a millionaire. Like, you're a hypocrite and a sellout if after becoming a millionaire,
right,
you then say, I don't want to tax the rich.
If you become smooth Bernie, if you go smooth and your hair is nice and everything like that,
then we're done with
it. What Bernie being a millionaire is reflective of like that we live in America in 2020. You know what I mean? Like, if you run for president, someone's going to ask you to write a book. It's not a bad thing that Bernie wrote a book. You know what I mean? And it's actually like, you know, it'd be good if all that money was like more equitably shared with everybody. But Bernie, as a fucking 80-year-old man, being able to buy a Vermont home, you know what I mean? Like a home in Vermont off of writing like a best-selling book.
Yeah.
What do you want me to say?
It's ridiculous. And again, you can't challenge people by
no other politician's ever going to be held to. No one else is ever going to be canceled for owning a fucking house. Like, let's not do this to ourselves. It's stupid.
Ridiculous. Yeah. And again, if you know, it's like, oh, he's a class traitor. Wow, that's terrible. If a millionaire wants to be taxed more, I support that millionaire, basically. Yeah. So anyway, we have our first guest on, I'm really excited to bring him on. I'm a little worried because this guy's super important. Not only does he host a great show called Redacted Tonight, but he actually, we learned earlier, I mean, I already knew, but we learned explicitly that he in charge of Vlad Putin.
Wow.
His command is Lee Camp, Vlad Putin, and the rest of us. Welcome, Lee.
Hey,
how's it going?
You found out about my meetings with, who was it? It's you, Max, and
Aaron Mate.
And Aaron Mate, and then I think later he said Jimmy Dore, but and Putin, and we all get together and we figure out how to destroy Josh Fox with facts. It's what we do.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right. We figure out how to destroy because Putin wants us to make sure. Putin wants us to say that Josh Fox wasn't censoring a movie that he was censoring, but he wants us to do that for some reason. I don't know why, but
it's high up on Putin's list. It's just below get American nuclear codes.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, a Michael Moore movie. We have to get folks in trouble for trying to censor it. Anyway, yeah.
They're a very complicated operation targeting people who have blue checks on Twitter. I think we all know this at this point, is that you're important if you have a blue check, and that means that you're worth being targeted by Putin.
Yeah, I guess so. Now, Lee, I've known you for years, and I'm really excited that you're here. Let me know also if there's anything you want to make sure that we talk about, because it's a pretty freewheeling. Don't be fooled by very segmented, edited, organized, strict opening of show. It's freewheeling, actually.
Well, speaking of performing together, if you want to feel old, I think we're maybe we've got one more year to two until we've been performing together for 20 years. So
wow,
really? When did we start?
Like, I mean, I think I probably met you in New York when I was 23, maybe.
Wow, and now you're 25.
Now I'm 25. Yeah.
But
long couple of years.
Tell us about your. I mean, we have some media that we could look at, like some funny media fails and stuff. We could look at with you. But I also just want to hear about your kind of political evolution. And I mean, I guess comedic one too. But you and I met. We were both performing. And we, I think, kind of identified as liberals. So Lee and I used to be in this thing called literally Laughing Liberally.
It was in the name.
It was in the name. And that came from a good friend of mine, Justin Krebs. He started something called Drinking Liberally. But what people have to understand is that this was under Bush. Mm-hmm. It was, and Drinking Liberally was a social it was like a meetup where you would drink. I mean, that's what it was. And it started out as like a one-off thing. And then they kind of created them around the country. And this was a time where like liberal was a much worse term. And I don't know. I mean, I always knew that I was to the left of that, but it did feel like, Justin Krebs is running for city council. Yes. Is that the Jake Wolf I know from IRL in real life? Let me know if you are. But, oh, wow. My wife and I went to see that in the city when Obama took office, Laughing Liberally. Yeah. So I don't know.
And I don't know if I'm revealing our darkest secrets. I know I did. I'm pretty sure you did. Supported Obama in 2008.
Oh, yeah. I voted myself doing that.
And then I roughly figured out how things really work by about 2009.
Yeah, I think you and I both had like similar views. Although I think I came from a lefter family than you did. So mine. That's not like, right. That's like an objective fact. That's not me trying to show off or anything. So like
more gatekeeping.
Get out of my, but I think that like you were ahead of you still are, like you had no Bernie hope the way I did and still do. So you went like a further distance, I feel like, because you went from like,
yeah, I went further, and then I tried to drag you kicking and screaming along.
Yeah, no, and I feel like I don't know, like
no, I didn't have no hope for Bernie.
You started like, no, you did go because let's say you started here. This is my right, and I started here. Okay, wait, no. This is the left. This is the right. I was like here, and Lee was like here when he was born or whatever, raised, and then he went there. And then I went there.
And this just really gets into the question of nature versus nurture, really, in the end.
I'm sure everyone has it figured out now, thanks to that demonstration.
I mean, I'm going to ask you a question. I don't like doing this because I don't like when people set up these gotchas, and I can't believe someone did this to Bree the other day. They were like, I'm sorry if Ben Dixon on my show was not nice to you, but I'm going to ask you, are you working for white supremacists? Like, it was amazing. So, and I've been asked that. Like, I'll just must say, when I was on Nomiki's show and she had Josh Fox on, and she very fair and squarely said, so I think that Josh Fox needed more nuance, but at the same time, if you are going to say that you're not spreading Putin talking points, then you need to explain yourself too. So that's like a false equivalence and a gotcha, which I was not expecting, which is why it sounded like a kind of very overly, I was upset, you could tell, which was annoying to me because I like to keep my cool. But, and she's a friend. But I do want to ask you this. Because I think we have the trust for me to ask you this. What do you say to people? You're like, I'll be the judge of that. But people are like, oh, Lee, his politics are just because he got the job at RT. As someone who knows you, I know that's not true, but I just wanted to give you the chance to respond to it.
Yeah, well, I get tons of hatred. That's not the one I normally get. But no, people can go back and watch my Moment of Clarity videos, and they're saying all the same shit I'm saying now. And, I was done with the two-party system long before I got the job at RT. And I did as much as I could with Occupy. I was there the first night. I put out calls for Occupy before it started. But I think more importantly than that, people like to say, what do you say to people who say, oh, you're just being told what to say or something? It's like, the only reason I'm willing to have a show on RT or really any network is because they told me that, and they've stuck with it, that I write all of my stuff. I say whatever I want. I've never been told what to say. I've never been told not what to say. It's the most freedom in a TV channel that I've ever heard of anyone having. And that's why I do my show. That is not the case with any other major network. It's, you can run down the list of people who tried to be against war and were kicked out of MSNBC. Mm-hmm. It's at every other network. They're told what to say. They're told where the boundaries are. And I've never been, I write all my stuff and I say what the hell I want to say. And yeah.
Yeah, and I hope that didn't feel like a setup. Like, I know you, and as we were saying, like, I knew your politics were already way there.
No, I used to get, in the first couple of years, I used to get annoyed with that question because I was like, if you had a CNN person on, do you ask them what it's like to get funded by weapons contractors? But then I stopped getting tired of that question because I realized, like, all right, well, if it's what everyone's thinking, then let's get it out of the way and then we can move on.
That's what I do sometimes with like people I like and I have on my show, and then sometimes I think that they don't get that's what I'm doing, but I think we just established that. And this the entire rest of the show is just going to be me talking about how you felt about my asking you that question. But it's stupid. It's like, you're someone who, it's documented that you had, like, your politics were already like that. It's not like there's anything that there's no gotcha there.
Yeah.
You know, like you and I have had.
And I was a little, for maybe not in the first year, like when, like in 2008, but when Obama was running, but pretty quickly I was kind of too far left for most of the Laughing Liberally shows, and I would still do them and they were fun, but it would get awkward. Like the audience was like, he's criticizing Democrats. This is not, okay. Like,
and I'm really embarrassed. I used to have that a little bit too, where it'd be like, oh God, should I respond to a troll or should I respond to a troll later? I'll ignore them for now, but someone can screenshot it. So even I was there too. Like, I was like, oh, come on. Like, can't we get one thing done at a time? It's so embarrassing. But like, okay, do we have to be that hard on Obama? It's like, yeah, we had to be that hard and harder.
As it turned out, now that we look back.
And, but yeah, tell us about what it's like doing your show. I mean, I'm just curious in the artistic process, but I am like, how do you, as someone who's doing this YouTube thing now, and it's very easy for me to go off into rant mode. But how do you make yourself like have that discipline of shaping a show, but also being like in the moment and funny? What tips do you have for young people looking up to you?
Well, thanks. It is a lot of work. And like I said, unlike all of these other comedy news TV shows that are Daily Show-esque, and there's many of them now, I think I'm the only one who writes all his own stuff. So it is a lot of writing, but I mean, I love the writing process, and I generally do the research first and then kind of work on adding the comedy in there. But yeah, I'd say one of the difficult things that I think I'll always be learning, I think I've gotten a lot better at it, but I think I'll always be learning, is when you're filming a studio comedy show where you're reading a teleprompter and pretending you aren't, and thinking about camera angles, and then usually non-pandemic times we have a live audience there, so you're reacting to the audience at the same time. It's a lot of processing all at once, and you have to look relaxed and like you're having a good time. So that is one of the tricks, and I don't know. I think I've gotten pretty good at it, but I think I'll always be learning that. It's the same with stand-up comedy. There's always room to learn.
And what are the things that by the way, people can ask questions in the chat, but what are the things that are there things that you are shocked by, or are you not shocked by anything? Like, is there ever a time when you're like, I really can't believe Biden's doing that, or I really can't believe MSNBC is doing that? Or are you just so far that point because you're always looking at that stuff?
I try to maintain my shock, because I feel like if we start acting like all of this is normal, it allows them, the ruling elite that are enriching themselves to such a horrible extent and destroying our environment and destroying our future. It just allows them to get away with it even more if we just start shrugging and going, oh yeah, that's how it works. But it gets tough at times. It is like so many of these things, I see them coming and I say they're going to happen, and then they happen. And I still want to be angry about them, even though I predicted it or saw it coming or
right.
whatever. The latest one is that I said months ago, no one's talking about the fact that when Biden gets into office, he's going to sign back onto the TPP. And sure enough, now they're showing that they're likely to do that. And no, it's so few people are talking about, this is one of the largest corporate power grabs ever created, 40% of the world's economy, and it gets no discussion. And so now we see that happening. But I try and maintain my shock, because I think we need that. And I think we should be angry. We should be furious. And I try to keep that anger there, even if all of these things seem predictable when they're happening.
That would be really funny, though, just to have a show like Jaded Lee, where it's like, of course, Biden is going to reinstate the CPP.
News fast, yeah.
Of course. Next. Yeah. Wow. Really
obvious
surprising.
news.
Can't believe it. Yeah. But and what about like the power of organizing through media? Like, have you had has anything happened through your show like that's particularly inspiring? Like people learning about something and then telling you, "Wow, thanks so much for letting me know about this." Or people just contacting you in any way to tell you that something that you did or talked about, either you or other people on your show or segment, made a difference?
Yeah, my favorite ones are when people say, like, you started me waking up, like you were the first thing, and then I went from there and I started reading a lot different books, and it's like I like when they say I was the one that helped them make that first step, because I think that's the most difficult. So that's pretty cool. In terms of movement,
you're the gateway drug into the web.
Gateway drug, or hateway drug for the corporate titans of evil.
Yeah.
The probably the most exciting movement that I feel like I had a big part in was in 2016, kind of just detailing and going through all of the election fraud being committed against Bernie Sanders, and just each of the different ways it was being done. And each week we'd come with a new one. And, I think that woke a lot of people up. And I think it's a lot harder that's why what Jimmy's doing right now is so amazing, is I think it's a lot harder to achieve a movement that grabs a lot of people, because of the way the social media platforms have been so furiously kind of shut down and forced back into the box. And, back ending roughly in 2016, shows like mine or anybody saying something outside of the Overton window, outside of the allowable
Rick Overton window,
the Rick Overton window, outside of the kind of allowable corporate thought, would get a lot of views on YouTube, and CNN or MSNBC or Fox would get like, a couple of thousand, because who goes to YouTube for fucking CNN? But now it's the reverse, because they've kind of recreated the ability to funnel everybody towards the corporate media.
Right. And what, I don't know what that is. I didn't
Probably
even,
an instruction.
I think I didn't even click on that on
so that was Putin putting that on the screen.
That was Putin put finger on keyboard.
Wow, a code phrase to activate.
Yeah. And what are the things that you feel like you've exposed on the show that you want people to make sure they know about? Like whether it's the Bernie stuff, whether it's WikiLeaks, like what's the thing that you find the most outrageous and the most important for people to know about?
I mean, definitely a lot of it has to do with our foreign policy and not just the coups we've created around the world, but the economic wars that have just crushed people. Tens of thousands have been killed in Venezuela over the past few years due to our economic wars. And I think those get so rarely like highlighted, like they're shrugged off and like, oh, I wish we didn't have economic sanctions. It sounds kind of nice. It sounds kind of like, oh, we quietly said, Venezuela, why don't you do something different?
Yeah.
But it fucking kills people, and people are dying. And
Right.
who does economic war kill? It kills the weak. It kills the babies and the elderly. And we claim to be a moral nation. And so I think that's one of the things I highlight the most. And of course, this goes along with the massive, not just waste, but expenses at the Pentagon. You know, the $21 trillion of unaccounted for adjustments over the past several years at the Pentagon. And speaking of what still gets me shocked is if you make $40,000 a year, in order to make $1 trillion, you'd have to work for 25 million years. And $1 trillion is roughly the amount of money the billionaires in this country have stolen during this pandemic or have, added to their immense wealth. These numbers they should be shocking. They are not, the human brain can't even process them. So those type of things still shock me.
Mm.
Yeah. Scooby Snack says, Lee, how did you get your foot in the door at RT? Not say anything that will compromise us.
I was doing the online show Moment of Clarity. And I then started appearing on some RT shows, Abby Martin, Max Kaiser, Tom Hartman. And so then when they decided to create a comedy show, which I think, I'm maybe not internationally, but to this day, it's the only RT America comedy show. I think I was the only comedian they knew.
Thank God. And that was from your Moment of Clarity videos.
The Moment of Clarity videos mainly, and then that's what got me on the radar to be on like Abby Martin's show and some of the others, and yeah, I mean, there are, I mean, you can talk about this, Katie, as well, but there's a lot of comedians that will do kind of politics light, like there'll be a little bit about what it's like to be a person of color in America, or they'll have a few Trump jokes or something. Mm-hmm. There's very few comedians, and I guess I'll speak mainly for the left. There's very few comedians on the left that it's like that is their main gig, is just like cultural commentary, wall to wall comedy. And I think that has a lot to do with career options. It has to do with a lot of things, but there aren't that many people. So it's not like a network that wants to have a very political comedy show has huge pools of people to choose from if they're looking for a veteran stand-up comic.
Yeah. And Lisa Mojica says actual sign seen at a DC protest regarding Trump's Iran dust-up, sanctions, not war, which is like really amazing, because I think that you what you said is so important, which is that, like sanctions next to war sounds great, right? Like, sanctions, that's not intentional murder. I mean, it is. We can get into in a second, but it's not overtly intentional. It's not, the point of it isn't to kill, I guess people say, well, it's not the point of war either, but it's not. It's less overtly militaristic, obviously, than a war or a coup.
But actually, in a lot of ways, it like affects more vulnerable people. Like in traditional war, it is just like soldiers. Like at least the idea is that it's soldiers fighting against each other. This is like only the the raids that they were doing in World War II on like the Brits. You know what I mean? It's like it's war only on the civilians. Is what sanctions are.
You're right. And someone, Michael John, that's true. Sanctions are war. I guess what I'm saying is that like, I'm making the argument that I think lots of people see, right? Which is that
Right.
this isn't part of the plan. Isn't killing.
We're not
people.
at war. We are just
We're not at
punishing
war, yeah.
them. We're punishing them using the rules. But it's like what
Right.
that punishment means is like babies are starving to death because of their nationality. Basically,
Of course. And you don't need to convince me. I'm just trying to.
I
I'm
think it's
saying
because
it's a whitewash.
because of the baby's politics, really.
Yeah. Look, these baby Assadists need to reckon with
It
who
is
they're.
true.
They need to when they spit up in support of Assad.
Of the lion.
When they spit up their baby food, which is a sign of it's like instead of going like this when you're a baby, you just spit up. They need to know what they're doing. They need to know that they are platforming and uplifting a problematic person.
Mm-hmm.
So they need to they need to starve to death. Same goes for children wherever they are.
If those babies didn't want to starve, they'd be part of a country that's part of the marketplace of ideas.
They'd be a moderate rebel.
Yeah.
They would be baby moderate rebels.
Finally, we found them. It's the babies.
Yeah, it's the babies. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I think it reminds me a little bit. It's a totally different parallel, but like, it reminds me a little bit of the casualties versus deaths, which is like just the word casualty is like. I remember it's totally random, but I was a producer on Tim Robbins' the film version of his play Embedded at the Public Theater, and I remember talking to Patricia Clarkson. Is that her name? That really good actress, Patty Clarkson, and like for whatever reason that came up, she brought up the term casualties and how we think of that as it's not a death, like it's such a relief, like and I used to too, and you do. It's like. Whatever fatalities, blah, 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 casualties. And you don't realize that casualty could be literally like losing an arm, losing a leg, losing.
Also sometimes casualties end up dying after the initial thing. Yeah.
But there's just such sanitizing language. And like, we really need to learn something that Ron Kalik has done a really good job of. It's just like exposing sanctions for what they are, which is warfare. And is like, it does cause, it's not like it just makes your life harder.
Right.
Like it kills people.
And the goal of these quote unquote sanctions, these economic wars, is to make enough people starving and miserable and unable to get medical care that they rise up in the society and ultimately probably create a collapsed country. Like it's even the end goal is disgusting, to somehow end in a failed state where do you think people are doing well at that point?
Right.
Like it's horrific from beginning to end. And so the idea that and like we have sanctions on dozens and dozens of countries. And like, apparently the sanctions outside of the ones America has on countries there's like 12 of them. Like, it's like almost all sanctions are being done by America to crush other countries.
Jeez.
America first. America sanctions first.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think that that's like something that people need to be aware of. And I also think that, have you noticed a shift like in people being afraid of being associated with you? Or have you noticed it move in one direction or another? Because I kind of feel like there was I'm not just talking about you, I'm talking about like a lot of people who are considered toxic. I feel like there was a kind of like an opening, people were like, oh, okay, these people are cool. They're not actually the toxic people, I think. Then the Russiagate stuff happened and it went into full like reversal mode.
Right. We went into a full-on neo-McCarthyism. It couldn't be any more like the original McCarthyism. It is, Russia's evil. Everyone who's ever been near or heard of Russia is evil. Everyone who's worked with them or befriended them or showed up next to them is evil. And China as well. Why not throw them in there? And so, it didn't, I've been working. So Redacted Night is like roughly 7 years old. And so I've been working there for 7 years. And the whole, like, anyone who's ever had anything to do with Russia is a super villain who strokes a hairless cat calmly in their arms. That only started like full on like 4 years ago, like 2016, 2015. And so there was an obvious change where all of a sudden it was like, anybody who's incapable of thinking for themselves and actually watching my show and deciding what I stand for was just like, ew, gross. And so, but it's like, I'm going to be doing what I do. I'm going to be hated for one thing or another. And it's like, I want to create this television show, so I'm going to keep doing it. Like, I don't think that my show would be unattacked if it were somewhere else. You just can't go against capitalism full on and against the war state full on and against Wall Street full on and not get attacked in all these ways. And you can see like the McCarthyism used against people who have no connection to RT, like Bernie Sanders or Jill Stein or, plenty of people that aren't politicians. What is it they're claiming against Jimmy? He took Assad money.
Yeah, we'll get into. Yeah, he takes Assad money. Yeah,
it's like they're always going to come up with something. I remember this was years ago, 2-3 years ago, where CNN did an article that was like, YouTube is platforming pedophiles and Nazis, and then in the last paragraph it said they also have Jimmy Dore. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's a good list there. Pedophiles, Nazis, and Jimmy Dore.
I mean, look, I'm just going to say you're running in a pretty influential circle. I'll just leave it with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So, but yes, it has changed. And, because we're in the full on Rachel Maddow disease that is just like, anything. And they've also taken the next step of all the social media platforms. They don't put it on, luckily, my personal page, but anything redacted tonight says Russia tells him what to say across the top of it, which is not true. But
it's quite disturbing. Has anyone ever been like, I'm sorry, I dismissed you as this, and I bought into the propaganda, and now I realize that what you're doing is important? Has anything like that happened?
No.
No, okay.
I think that does happen. I think it happens a lot, but people are less likely to admit they were wrong at the beginning, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
I also do think that there's a very important lesson that I encourage everyone who's like has shows or is a media person to wrestle with or remember and reckon with, because I've said this before, like I get a visceral sense, like a feeling when I know that there's pressure to like not have someone on my show. And Matt Taibbi writes about this a lot, the ick factor, right? And it's like not a rational thing. You just kind of recoil, or you have like a looming feeling on top of your head, a looming idea, I guess, and then looming feeling here. And like, it's this vague, not worth the trouble.
Right.
They're problematic. They're toxic. They associate with this person. They had this person on the show. And the irony is that like, what you're doing with that is you're actually normalizing all other sorts of super problematic stuff, right? Because you're like, when you put certain things, you make them exceptionally bad or exceptionally toxic or exceptionally problematic. Like there's a lot of stuff that you're sanitizing because you're saying that that's not something that people should be canceled over, or that's not something you should stop having people on your show about, right? So like, and this only matters to people who pretend to be like kind of liberal and progressive, but basically anyone who's ever been, like, if you care at all about Palestinians, that's a problematic position to be in, right? Like,
I think that is one area. You're talking about our political journey, and I think I knew that what Israel was doing was wrong, but I didn't talk about it that much. I mean, I'm sure I had mentions here and there, but I didn't talk about it that much just because of what you're saying. Like, I was like, oh, then I got to deal with all the
get in trouble.
All the bullshit. And someone that definitely gave me more, I don't know if it was courage, but it was kind of more understanding and seeing it. Everything was Abby Martin, seeing how she just took it full on and went after it. And so, now I don't think about that stuff anymore, but it's like you can't criticize the nation of Israel without it being anti-Semitic, which is actually helps facilitate anti-Semitism because
thank you. So I don't know who Nathan. I don't know your deal, Nathan Fiore. But I just want to correct you right now, Lee. What's your ethnic religious background?
Jewish.
So Nathan, you owe Lee Camp and me an apology. It's here comes the self-loathing Jewery, not the anti-Semitism. Thank you very much. And
it's possible he was being sarcastic.
Oh yeah, if you are.
They said they're being sarcastic.
You know what? I'm sorry.
It's hard to tell. It truly is hard to tell because like.
Where are you? Okay, thank you.
That's
Nathan,
the real. That is so much the real bad faith that people say. Like it's so hard to tell.
I should have known. Like, why is someone watching this show? Why would someone watching the show say that? Like, anyway, thank you for being sarcastic. Thank you, Nathan. Everyone give Nathan a hand.
Katie, I do the same thing you do. I'll see a comment that's like, he's a Russian bot. And I'm like, listen, motherfucker.
No.
I love you.
I know. It's really, and it is funny. I know Katie calling out dry delivery is ironic. I'm not a hypocrite about most things, but one thing I'm kind of a hypocrite about is sarcasm. I am about sarcasm and irony. Yeah. Which is ironic. Are there any clips that you want us to show people, by the way?
Of my stuff?
Yeah. Anything particular you want to highlight? Or are you kind of annoyed at having, is it like more fun for you to actually just be able to talk?
Oh, I'm enjoying talking, but whatever you want to do. I suppose the fun one, because people don't know as much about it, as my stand-up comedy special. But
yeah, let's see. 1 second. Duly noted says, do we not have sanctions right here in the United States because the Senate is holding a meaning stimulus to save us from economic death that's literally causing homelessness?
We do have sanctions on America.
I guess you're right. They're auto sanctions.
Right.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that. Duly noted. Duly noted. Tony Sparks, thank you for that super sticker. Looking sharp, Tony Sparks. You really look cut.
Working on the ad. A lot of planks. A lot of planks.
Keep planking. Do you have a link for me, Lee?
It's at leecampamerican.com. It's right at the top.
Why do you have to have that in your name? I mean, aren't you?
Because the title of the special is, I don't even remember. Oh, not allowed on American TV.
Yeah, I was just kidding because my joke was that it was because you're really Russian. All right, let's see. Let me just
but don't, if you're gonna play a clip, don't play the beginning because that's just Abby Martin's intro and stuff. So.
Oh, okay. Wow, way to invisibilize Abby Martin, especially after all the misogynist. Yeah, hold on.
Well, you're welcome to show her intro if you'd like.
I'm kidding. All right, let's see. Okay, I have way too many things open. Anyone have any questions for Lee in the meantime while I open this thing up? And Lee, tell people about all the ways that they can see your work, your show, your stand-up, and also your writing.
Well, I could give 100 links, but I'll just say leecamp.com is the best place to find it all. The show is called Redacted Tonight. I have podcasts called Government Secrets with Graham Elwood and Common Censored with Eleanor Goldfield. And yeah, that's most of it. leecamp.com.
How's your friend Goldie?
Oh, yeah, Goldie. I haven't seen him in a while, but I think he's doing well. He's in New York.
There you go. I saw him at one of your shows.
Yeah, we that was the final pre-pandemic live show ever had, I think.
Okay, let's see.
The day before the pandemic.
Oh my God, it's so crazy. Oh, that's cool. How do I get past this though?
You gotta click forward.
I can't. Sorry, it's like not a.
Oh, it should be.
No, I see it. It's it looks like a
YouTube thing, isn't it?
Okay. Let's see.
Oh, good. Right. We're gonna jump into the middle of a joke.
No, where do you want me to start?
Perfect.
We're actually gonna watch it backwards.
I don't have time to.
Dear friend Lee Camp!
Oh, how perfect was that? All right, hold on. Could you hear the audio on that or no? No, right?
Yeah, we could hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, could hear it. Oh, but was it just out of your computer?
Right. Yeah. Hold on. I got it now. Don't worry. Don't you worry about a thing. Okay.
This is called casual production.
Look, we don't all have Putin paying for our production.
That's true.
How's everybody doing tonight? This is 2018.
What venue is this?
El Rey Theater in LA.
Very cool.
Oh, and Jimmy Dore opened. Yes. I regret to inform you there will be no Russians tonight. They had to cancel. They did. It's just little old me tonight. I'm all you get. Just a boy from Richmond, Virginia, the capital of the Confederacy. I'm descended from George Washington. We have some of George Washington's stuff in our house. I'm also descended from and named after Robert E. Lee. I kid you not.
No, you're not. Are you really?
I kid you not.
Wow.
And I'm descended from Walter Camp, the guy who invented American football. All right? So you cannot be more American than me if you were a bald eagle wearing a strap-on, fucking Uncle Sam, and he's like face down in a pile of deep fried Oreos. All right. But in these times we now live, I'm a foreign agent. I'm a foreign agent because I want to actually repair this country, actually get people to care about this shit. You know, I grew up in mainly in Richmond, Virginia, which one of the main things in Richmond, Virginia, to this day, they haven't changed anything, is Monument Avenue with all the Confederate soldiers on horseback, massive monument.
Huh?
And while I lived there, back when I was a kid,
seriously.
they had a big fight in the city as to whether to add another Richmond native, the famous black tennis player Arthur Ashe. There was a big fight whether to add him to Monument Avenue, and finally, the Progress won, and they added Arthur Ashe with his tennis racket. So now, to this day, Monument Avenue is like 10 Confederate generals on horseback chasing Arthur Ashe.
Oh,
You can pause it there.
Yeah.
terrible.
So that's how it was actually when I taped it. But then we had the big, monument moment in this country, and they have now removed. I was just in Richmond a few weeks ago. They have now removed or activists have torn down all of them except for the Robert E. Lee statue is so immense that I don't think any group of activists could actually bring it down. But so that one's still there. However, it's been covered in just like the most amazing graffiti just the whole thing, and it's pretty fucking cool.
Wow. And can you explain a little bit about your family's politics? That which side is Jewish and which side is Robert E. Lee?
So my father's side is the Christian George Washington, Robert E. Lee. We're most closely. I mean, the ruling elite of America in the early days is similar to the ruling elite in Britain in that they were all cousins and everything. So right. Robert E. Lee and the Lee family and George Washington were like first or second cousins, and not that separate. And we're most directly descended from the Marshall family. John Marshall, he was the fourth Supreme Court justice. Justice and Chief Justice. And then that's also the side with Walter Camp, last name's the same, obviously, who basically took rugby and turned it into American football. And then the mother's side is the Jewish side, which is why I had to go to a synagogue for so many years.
Are they? Do they have the same politics? Your parents?
Yeah, essentially. My mother's maybe slightly more. I think she was more left. I think, but slightly. Like she was a Democrat. My dad said until he's now like a Rachel Maddow Democrat. But But during my childhood and everything, he said he voted for Republicans. He voted for Democrats. So he was kind of in the middle. He was in Vietnam as a doctor, and so yeah. But.
By the way, you Sage Watson, lol. I'm also related to Robert E. Lee. Unfortunately, he's like a great granddad or something.
Yeah, I mean, you go far enough back, we're all related, right?
No. Are your parents now like? Do you think they would have named their kid Lee today if they had a kid, or would they have chosen the grandkid's name for that? Not that, yeah.
No, I honestly believe, and they claimed they didn't really think of the political ramifications. They knew that we were descended from Robert E. Lee, and that Richmond, Virginia, where my mom grew up, it's like you just see statues of him and everything's named Lee, and there's Lee high schools, and it's like it's just so common that they had kind of, I think, detached themselves from the politics of it. And now they I think they kind of feel bad, and they've like my father recently gave me a book about the Lee family, and he's like, it wasn't just Robert E. Lee, and showing me that, like they weren't all fighting for slavery; they were also just plantation owners that did other things.
not all Lees, yeah. Right.
But yeah, the Lee family is one of the Lees, Richard or something, was one of the first to call for revolution from England, and actually helped get the gears in motion to have a revolution. But then he apparently became so revolutionary, like a bit extreme, that when they actually signed the Declaration of Independence, he was forced out of it because they were afraid it looked bad to have him involved.
Oh wow. Was he like putting like bunny ears behind Jefferson?
He was photo bombing before photos.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Portrait bombing took more skill.
A lot more time.
A lot more time. Yeah.
A lot more
coordination. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do they think of your politics and comedy? Your parents?
Well, they like it, and they've watched a lot of Redacted tonight. They love coming. When we had a live audience before the pandemic, they love coming to it. They were at that show that you were at, Katie, at the Strand, and so they really like it. And you know, my dad has become more left basically almost exclusively because of climate change. He now feels that it's insane that no one is dealing with climate change, and that his generation has helped basically drive us off a cliff. And so he cares about it from that respect, which I think there's a lot of kind of, people over 50 that feel that way. But I don't think I will ever get them to finally jump that hurdle where they see how harmful outlets like the New York Times are for manufacturing consent for war and for, creating these xenophobic garbage, and et cetera, defending Wall Street, et cetera. But I don't think I'll ever get them to make that jump. No matter how many Redacted Tonights they watch, they will still think New York Times is where the truth is at.
Yeah. But maybe you've shifted them a little bit, maybe.
Oh yeah, I think I've shifted them.
Yeah. How do we get them? How do we get them over that?
I have no fucking clue.
Yeah. and what are some of the things that you're working on now? And what's your workflow like? Like, how do you even know what to work on? Or what's the process? You read the news first? Sorry, take it away.
Well, it's kind of just always writing, because it's like between the columns and I write out some of the live streams, not all of them, and then I write the show and everything. So it's like I spend Monday through Wednesday just kind of trying to make sure I have all the material needed for the show, just researching and writing. And then there's also a separate interview show that doesn't take writing except writing the questions. But and so I've got to film that stuff earlier in the week. And then it kind of all gears up to, and then I also come up with the images. I don't make the images, but I tell them what I need for the images. And there can be like 100 images in a show. So that's a lot to deal with. And then you get to Thursday, and then it's just all about, I don't need it memorized because it's a teleprompter, but I need it kind of half memorized, because if you go like, and I'm sure you know this, Katie, if you go into a comedic segment not knowing what you're reading, like having it kind of half memorized, then you will say a line that's meant to be comedic in a serious tone, or you'll say an angry line in a soft tone. And so you kind of have to be halfway there. And so Thursday is really all about just kind of making sure I have that kind of partial memorization. And then we, pre-pandemic, we'd film on Thursday nights with the audience, and then there's almost no editing, but there's like, some slight editing on Friday, and then it airs. And then I collapse on the weekend and do it all over again.
Right. And you also, there's also that really awkward thing that happens sometimes where people are like, it's not even a comedic versus serious or angry versus sad or whatever. It's like a literal like cadence thing. It's like, according to his supervisors, who
right
said that, like, they don't know where, people do that a lot. Like, what's her name? Poppy Harlow does that a lot.
Right. Yeah, no, that's always funny when you can tell that they're reading something they've never seen before, but they're trying to act like they care emotionally. So they're like, today in the news, several died.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or it's like, today in the news, several died. I just did that, all of them. I combined them.
The bad intonation, like the like sort of awkward sentences that aren't structured properly.
Right.
Yes, you can tell when a Don Lemon hasn't looked at the script ahead of time.
Well,
and with a live audience, I try pretty hard to not do retakes because a live audience will never give a genuine reaction the second time around.
Yeah.
So,
have you ever had like a better reaction the second time for whatever reason?
no, because you have a combination of people who won't laugh because they've already heard it. If you retake it, and then the worst part is you have about half the audience is like, oh, I'm supposed to help out, so I'm going to laugh really hard, and so then you retake it. And
that's sweet.
Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, that's me. That's funny. That's what I would do. That's so funny. That's really funny. Which isn't a lie. I just happen to say that a lot when I think things are funny. That's so funny. Oh, that's funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, actually, funny. That's 90% of what I remember about you from my New York days. Was
really.
Yeah, you just if someone said something funny, you'd stare them blankly in the face and go, "That's really funny."
That's funny. Yeah.
Is that true or joke? It's true.
That's how
I remember that. I'm kidding about it being 90%, but I remember that about you. You just you wouldn't even crack a smile. You just stare blankly and go, "That's very funny."
It's not like things don't make me laugh. Like you've all seen me laugh, but it's not like even like it's. I don't know what it is. There's something about. I don't know. Someone will have to discover this for me.
I think it's comedians. Maybe not all are as averse to smiling as you were, but I think there's a thing with comedians where we've seen the magician, like we've seen behind the curtain. So then when we see the magic trick, we just kind of go like, "That's well done."
Yeah, I just think in general a lot. Certain types of jokes make me laugh a lot, but I don't know what it is that makes me laugh. Anyway, this is not what people are tuning into here. But Grammar Hero says, "Can we hear Lee's views on pardoning Assange or Snowden?" And we had some other very good substantive questions, which I'll get to. But you want to start with that one?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, Grammar Hero. Those two fucking traitors betrayed our country, and it's maddening.
Throw away the key. Throw away the key.
No, I've been screaming from the hills that these people are heroes. Actually, you asked me about my views before Redacted. I was doing long bits about how Assange is a hero.
Yeah, I remember that.
8-9 years ago, when people still didn't quite know who he was. They were like, "Oh, the WikiLeaks guy." It was like, and I was talking, and I would do these things berating people that were daring to act like he was anything but a hero. It's just so clear that these are people who individually, which it's very tough to create large-scale change individually, but individually created a massive awareness, brought out truth, created change on a scale that we will never be able to calculate. And they're absolutely heroes. And so should they be pardoned? Fuck yeah, they never should have been pardoned.
And given a medal, yeah. That is something I remember you talking about way before other people, or at least with the like a consistency and righteous indignation, much warranted. What's that joke you had about a panda bear? Do you remember this?
Yeah, that was my Assange joke.
Yeah, what was it?
Oh God,
I remember like something where I don't know. I think like we had this thing where It was something like if he revealed war crimes, but he also was enjoyed going down on pandas, and I'm like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Plus, maybe the panda enjoyed it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, that's a good take. But then there was also something weird where I swear to God, there was something where like you and I both thought of a similar thing, and I think we were at drinks at where we were at. A bunch of us were at Botanica, I believe. You know that bar in New York City in the Lower East Side.
Vaguely.
No, it wasn't there. It was somewhere else on the Lower East Side. And I said something. You're like, "Oh my God, that's. I have a joke about that." Or I figured something. I can't remember what it was. I figured something out, or you did. Anyway, this is a great story. I feel very Chris Farley on SNL. Remember that? That was awesome. But
the Chris Farley show, yeah,
that's great. And let's see. Hold on, we got some more questions for you. What did I just do with my phone? Hold on. Okay. And no, you're totally true. I mean, you're totally right. Because, of course, even people who hate them would say, yeah, that's the problem. These three individuals did stuff to, they're very powerful and influential. They gave Trump the election. And
well, I remember my other joke at the time about Snowden was the Snowden things had just come out. and people were saying, "Oh, he failed out of college and he failed out of the military and he's a loser and a traitor or something. He's a loser." And I'm like, that doesn't matter. He just revealed like a massive surveillance state, all of our rights being tread upon.
Liberals love to do this. They love to go to people's like college records and be like, he actually like didn't do all the extra credit. You know, I'm like, no one gives a shit about this. No one gives a fuck.
Right. And my point was, it'd be like if your house was on fire and some guy you walk up to the outside and the guy goes, "Hey, your house is on fire," and you go, "Didn't you fail out of college?
Right, yeah.
I'm not listening to you." And you walk into the house.
Speaking of which, you had Tara Reid on the other day. Can you tell us about that?
I did, and well done getting that story started months ago.
Yeah, thanks.
I find it fascinating that comedians seem to be the ones breaking big stories nowadays. And Hannibal Buress, our friend Hannibal Buress, brought down Bill Cosby.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah.
I had Tara Reid on. It went very well. People seem to like it. I don't think anything about her story or what was done to her should not be heard by people. Like there's nothing showing that it's anything but a genuine story of her life and being assaulted and some of the, I don't really read comments, so I'm sure I got tons of hateful comments, but I got some hateful emails. And I find it amazing when people are like, they agree with everything I'm saying. So meaning they are very left, and yet they're like, "Lee, how dare you have her on?" And then the reasons they would give would be like, women in the 90s in the Senate had to wear pantyhose, so her story's not true.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm like,
and also what it ended up getting to at the end, what ended the whole story, and everyone was just like done with it, was like, again, her college transcripts were maybe off, and it's like this credentialist thing, this credentialist streak with the liberals, is really ugly. Like that we can discredit people off of like truly like their corny ass permanent record. That is some truly fucked up shit. You know, all her landlords saying that she like didn't like, you know, left like the didn't pay the security deposits. Who gives a shit?
Also, the way that they like had to phrase that is they couldn't really do it so that like they were saying, we spoke to a bunch of her landlords. It was like, John Doe was someone who Tara met during the, in 2000, blah, blah, blah. He says that she left the place a mess. It's like, because so just to clarify, you're talking about her landlord. Like, just own it. This is a piece of, this is a hit piece. This is a landlord-based hit piece. And the thing that really does kill me is, and we have to do a segment on this, but like, how many lies has Biden told? Let's come together as a community off the top of our heads. Yeah, and I feel much more emboldened talking about this again because Biden is president, and I don't even mean that in a like. I did think he was better. I don't know. I think maybe I was wrong. I did want him to win because I think Trump is maybe exceptionally evil in some ways that Biden isn't. Maybe I was wrong. I'm not sure about that.
So was that a tough time when you did the Tara interview?
Well, what was really hard about it is I really didn't want people to think that I didn't want to be the one to obviously to break that story because I'm such a Bernie person. And I really didn't want it to look like I was doing this as some like, everyone's like last ditch effort. People were like, "Oh yeah, it was a coordinated with the campaign." Like, do you know how, like I could, exactly. Like the campaign, Bernie Sanders wouldn't go after Joe Biden's Social Security.
Right.
Record on Social Security. The idea that he or anyone in that campaign, like what, on one end of the spectrum, you had like the Faz, Jeff Weavers. The other end of the spectrum, you have like the Sirota or the Breeze. Like I know Sirota and Breeze.
I assume it was coordinated with Assad, right?
Actually, it was coordinated with Assange, which is Assad and Assange coming together. It's the big, it's the big Assange. We got to get Snowden and Manning in there too. Assange. It's like a German word.
Wow.
But what
the Voltron of evil.
Yeah, it's like I feel a little bit, now someone who I used to consider kind of a friend and colleague said it was the Bernie Media Industrial Complex or something that made up that story. And it's just like, I want to say this, I've said this before, and this really upsets me. Like, all the disingenuous, I'll say this delicately, all the disingenuous pieces of shit out there to say that I or Tara Reid did it a service to Me Too because of the way her story was told. Unless they said the exact same thing about the people who covered Christine Blasey Ford's story. And this is not, I'm not propping them up, but pitting them up against each other. This is not like a zero-sum game. I think she should have obviously had the chance to tell her story. I also believe her. But like, you either have one set of principles or you don't. And I also interviewed Juanita Broaddus, who I 100% believe, and true story. I mean, she has political positions that I consider to be odious. Part of the reason that she has those politics is because she had nowhere else to go. I'm talking about Juanita Broaddus. She had nowhere else to go because no one on the left embraced her or backed her, except ironically at the time, Katha Pollitt.
And also did so-called left-leaning media, ask what Stormy Daniels' college transcript showed, or her landlords, or
right? Yeah,
right.
No. I mean, and it's and it's interesting because I didn't want Tara Reid to turn into a Juanita Broaddus situation, and she hasn't embraced Trump. But she's been on some right-wing media, and I wonder why that is. Sorry, why that is.
Because she's given a platform.
Yeah,
I mean, Katie,
place to tell her story.
Yeah,
anybody
I know.
who says that you hurt, Me Too, I'm like, the Biden campaign, did in the Me Too movement. It's over. They killed it. They actively, and also it's a big part of it is Time's Up, the Time's Up organization,
Right.
and it's interesting to look at what happened with Me Too. It's a real tragedy, but it's this is what happened when something goes from a leaderless sort of natural movement to a corporate controlled, lawyer controlled thing. We witnessed what happened when it was a hashtag. It was like wildfire. When it became Time's Up, run by CAA, suddenly they're vetting everything and protecting powerful men again.
Right. Yeah, and it's just, honestly, it's really disgusting because people, Biden and his official surrogates, it's all these trolls, these Sally Albright types, and whoever Too Real, that guy who made a great video about me where I have bangs and bleach blonde hair. And Katie Caddy, built like a Cadillac, whatever your name is. That's what I do whenever. Yeah, and in fact, someone's coming into the chat now who knows about that because we talked about it last week. But in fact, can I bring you in now, Elle? Okay, I'm gonna bring in, I don't know. Oh my God, Leslie Lee Camp.
Wow. The Lee Venn diagram of it all.
Venn diagram, yeah. Leslie Lee, do you know Lee? Lee Camp.
Nice to meet you, Leslie. I realized recently that I have Natalie McGill is one of the correspondents on Redacted Tonight, and Anders Lee is one of the correspondents. So I largely only allow
Natalie. Right.
I largely only allow Lee's on the show.
Yeah.
How's it going? Hey, Jack. How's it going?
What's going on, Leslie? Good to see you.
Hey, of course, amazing co-hosts that they are of Struggle Session.
That's right.
We were talking about Tara Reid. And Leslie and Jack and Lee had Tara Reid on recently on Redacted Tonight. And so we were just talking about her and how, terrible people were, and how I mentioned that all these trolls will just totally drag her in a way that Biden and his official surrogates won't, although some of them do, that some of them are pretty close to it. But this idea that she's been debunked because her college transcript stuff, and because she changed her. I mean, it is just the same. There's some people out there with whom I disagree on Me Too stuff, and that's kind of one level. But what really disgusts me are the people who pretend that they have a standard and don't.
Right.
Double standard. And
if you want to say I just use this as a political tool to punish people that I don't agree with politically, that's okay. But maybe don't posture so much. You know what I mean?
Right,
maybe less posturing.
And don't say don't say that Tara or I messed up the Me Too movement, because honestly, if you think that's true, then you should go after all the people who wrote about Christine Blasey Ford. And by the way, I just interviewed Tara. I didn't do a written piece on her. But it's interesting that Ryan wrote about Blasey Ford. Mm-hmm. Then he wrote about Tara. he was a good guy when he wrote about Blasey Ford. He was a bad guy when he wrote about Tara. And none of the people who wrote about Blasey Ford waited whatever that required time period is during which you go through people's like you track down every single landlord, every educational transcript. Like, so don't even pretend, unless you're saying that the way we do Me Too stuff is messed up, then like don't even pretend that there's anything you care about except for protecting your boy. Like that's all it was. That's all it ever was. And I'm sorry, like I'm a small person in this story, obviously, and this is not about me, and it's about Tara, but it's about way more than Tara. But it's like I'm so disgusted by that, and I'm so embarrassed by how much the media. Like I'm a pretty forceful like person, and I have a lot of it takes a lot to like shut me up. But that was just like I really do feel like I don't know. There was a lot of pressure to not talk about it, and it was presented.
There was even pressure just to not do any negative stories about Biden. So you multiply that by a sexual assault charge. I mean, and I ignored the pressure to not say negative things about Biden.
Yeah.
I didn't focus solely on him, but I don't focus solely on politicians anyway. But I did, I kept doing as many negative things about him and as many negative things about about Trump as I always have. But there is a lot of pressure as the election gets closer to just shut up and not talk about, the Democrat.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gross. And so like in a weird way, like I'm the nice thing about Biden being elected is that can't believe this is the one nice thing, but is that like I'm not I don't have to worry about being accused of doing this out of some kind of political ulterior motive. Like obviously I would have loved for Sanders to have been the nominee. I mean, I don't think it takes you don't have to do some deep forensic analysis to know that. But I certainly never would have like gone looking. The idea that I was like, let me find someone who was sexually assaulted by Biden.
What do? You Google that or something?
Yeah.
The Google results were too long to.
Yeah, then you hop in the time machine and make that call into Larry King.
Yeah, Jesus
from Tara Reid's
Christ.
mother, talking about her, conflict with Biden being. I there is going to be a reckoning at some point. And Katie, this is good. Thankfully, you don't have to be involved in this. All the journalists who attack you and threw shade at you, they're going to be the ones to write the article saying we didn't do right by Tara Reid. They're going to be the ones being hired to write all the feminist articles because there were a lot of feminist writers who were very negative about you and your work. They're going to be ones who are going to write the story, come back and say, actually, we should have listened to Tara Reid. So you're going to be vindicated. They're never going to apologize.
They won't vindicate you, but they might be like, we got it wrong.
Even Tara Reid.
They'll also if anyone asks them about you, they'll be like, actually, she was still wrong too.
Yeah.
but you'll still be vindicated.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, let them say that. It's just like I can't stand what I can't stand watching is the self-fulfilling prophecy of the left not coming, the left ignoring someone, then they go where they can be heard, and it's on the right, and that's not it's like Juanita Broaddrick. She voted for JFK. She voted for I think H.W. Bush. She voted for Obama in the general the first time. Tara is like a lefty hippie. Really into animals and animal rights and feminism and all that. And so it's and she never jumped on the Trump bandwagon at all, but it was just really gross to watch her. It was gross to watch what happened to Broaddrick also. I mean, absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Again, with Broaddrick, it was what happened is that she didn't want to tell her story. She never wanted to tell it. She had to tell it because of the Monica Lewinsky thing, and she was going to get into trouble. She lied. I mean, and that she did lie. She lied. She signed a deposition saying that nothing had happened. And there's audio recordings of her taken. She didn't know it. It was these private investigators who were working for, I think, Paula Jones's lawyers or something. Mm-hmm. And they happened to be the parents of Miranda Lambert. She's a country singer.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And they're asking her if she'll testify, and she's like, "I won't. I'm gonna say." She's like, "I don't know who you are. Stop talking to me. Stop bothering me." They were at her front gate, her front door, And she's like, I don't know who you are. Oh, I'll never talk about that because he'll never, like, he gets away with everything and it's too awful what he did. Like, she couldn't have been more consistently like, it happened, I'm not going to talk about it. This is project. And then she finally, her son, who was a lawyer, was like, you can't, like, because Kenneth Starr was doing something, and he was like, you can't like under this, it's going to be very serious perjury or very serious lie. So she finally said, no, I lied before when I said nothing happened, and this is what happened to me. They sat on her story on 60 Minutes or 2020? I can't remember. They sat on it. They played it the opposite of the Grammys. It got almost no viewership. And then she like receded from public life. And then the thing that made her come out again was literally Hillary Clinton saying in a video, believe women. Women have the right to be listened to and the right to be believed. And she went on Twitter. She barely had any followers, and she didn't even know how to type. She like kept getting it wrong, and she had asked her grandson Ridge for help because she wrote the thing was like longer than the characters. So she, she had written out the thing. Yeah, she didn't know how to send it. So she asked her grandson, not telling him what it said. And then she tweeted and went viral. But like all these people who have said so many, and what kills me is some of these people are actually good faith. And by the way, I see you, my next guest. I'm going to bring you in a second. But all these people, some of these people are in good faith. They think they're like, Kenneth Starr didn't believe her. That's why he didn't call her as a witness. Or no, the reason Kenneth Starr didn't call her as a witness, but did include her testimony in a footnote, so it was like on congressional record, is because what she was accusing Bill Clinton of, Broderick, was not obstruction of justice. It was rape. And had she wanted to get him and nail him, all she had to have said was that at one point in the years, and it would have been an easy thing to lie about, like at one point after it happened, he tried to shut her up. And she said, no, that never happened. He never did that. Like he came to visit her he came to her job to say that he was running for president. No, he came to say sorry, I think. And she didn't know why, and then she found out later. It was
to say, we're cool, right? It's
yeah. And then he announced he was running for president. Anyway, the point is that people keep saying that about Kenneth Starr, deeming her not credible. That's just not what it was. It wasn't in the purview of what the impeachment was about. But he believed her enough that he put it in the record. Anyway, so the smearing is terrible. And all these pseudo-feminists, you owe Tara an apology because honestly, this whole bullshit about you dragged her through that for political reasons. First of all, what were your reasons with Ford? Like, yeah, those were political too. And again, all the people who reported on Swetke, is that her name? Julie Swetke, who said stuff and then was deemed not credible about Kavanaugh. Like what the journalists who wrote about that, the New York Times wrote about that right away. Did they have to apologize for that? Was that like problematic, unprofessional, politically motivated behavior? Anyway, we'll have to go through the receipts again. But there's a lot of classes in there. And we should do a listicle of Biden's lies. But Lee, thank you so much for joining us. You're free to hang out more. This was great. I know you're really busy. We're going to bring in Esha, our next guest.
Yeah, I'll head out. Thank you guys a lot for having me. If people want to check out the show, it's at leecamp.com, and the comedy special is free on YouTube as well.
Great. And definitely check it out.
I do want to say, while I have you here, Lee, that for people who haven't heard Lee's comedy, he's actually funny. We're not just telling you to go watch his comedy because he has good politics, which he obviously does. But I've seen this man perform stand-up live in an audience.
Oh, yeah.
And he killed it. Absolutely knocked it out of the park. He is
thanks, man.
He's just a very talented comedian besides having righteous
good politics. Yeah, where do we see at City Winery?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a weird one. That was a weird show.
But good.
It was good, yeah.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you so much.
All right. See you soon.
See ya.
Guys, everyone, we're about to bring in our next guest, and we are so excited. I'd like to encourage her to make her camera capture her entire face, not just the, not that I don't like the from here up, but we like the whole thing in there. And Leslie Lee, what do you want? We should also tell people about Leslie Lee. People know, I mean, it's you're such a regular.
Yes,
but tell people-
sesh.plus. Please, check us out. Sesh.plus.
That's right.
I want 5 new subscribers before we finish the stream. That's all we're asking. Just 5 new people at
I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
we got that in we got that in
we got that last time.
Yeah.
And I see there's a super chat here.
Oh, Leslie's my super chat guardian.
So he says, force a vote. I've been unsubbed from Redacted Tonight 3 times. Keep punching up, all of you. We're over the target. Keep dropping those truth bombs. So Lee has been censored by YouTube, so I would not be surprised if YouTube is unsubbing people from Redacted Tonight for some reason.
By the way, Matt J. I shouldn't read it. Should I read it? Matt J, pay me some money so I can respond to your tweet.
Oh yeah, any trash talking. The rule is you gotta do a super chat.
Gotta pay to insult.
Yeah, you gotta pay to insult. I will see you in all your humanity if you pay me.
Can I just run and grab a water really quick while you bring on Esha?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to bring in our next guest. I think, Leslie, I think your mic is a little hot, some people are saying.
Your listeners gaslight me.
Oh,
Every
my God.
time they tell
How
me it's
dare
too
you?
Quiet,
I'm
quiet,
sorry. You know what?
quiet.
Forget it. Don't even listen to it.
Every single time, and I turn it up beforehand. Right now, I'm just going to give them numbers. It's on 7 right now.
Sounds good to me.
7 is at a 7.
11. It's at 11. Put to 11.
Is at 7 right now. If that's fine, then we're going to confirm that 7 is good.
You're right. Mike
I
gets
feel
Mike.
like every time I come here, it's like it's too quiet, it's too quiet. Then I turn it up, it's too loud. Oh well.
Now it's too. Yeah, turn it up, man.
Oh god. All right. Now they're saying put it up to 8 or 9. It was at 9. It was at 9.
I know. All right, that's good.
Now it's at 8. Now it's at 8.
Great. Leslie, you should do ASMR. You have a great voice. So let's bring in our next guest. She's the host of Historically, which is a great. I'm gonna remove. By the way, hold on, everyone, like this show right now. Go out and tweet that you're watching this. Oh, hi, Jack's dog.
Oh, Kenny.
Kenny, what's up, Kenny? Everyone tweet that you're watching this. Everyone Facebook that you're watching this. Everyone Insta that you're watching this. I didn't even get to do that. I forgot to do that. I'm going to set up a Discord and
thank you, Phantomus Fanto, for giving that sub and at the $10 a month tier. Thank you so much for that extra support. Jack and I really do appreciate it.
Listen to that mellifluous voice that Leslie has. So Esha Krishnaswamy, welcome to the chat.
Thank you. I do have one announcement in that it looks like my old Historically main account got suspended forever. So follow the new account.
What's the new account? Perfect timing. I'm so glad I was able to convince Jack Dorsey to do that.
At Historically Pod.
Okay, Historically Pod. Great. Well,
it was heartbreaking.
What happened?
I insulted this like autonomous region in Syria that's supported by both the CIA and NATO and Israel and the Saudi government, and I suggested that they might not actually be a true socialist utopia.
You went after Golden Girls again. Yeah. And who got you banned?
Well, okay. So basically, a lot of anarchists are in love with that autonomous region in Syria that somehow is socialist despite being funded by US, Israel, NATO, and the Saudis. And so fans of that autonomous region.
Got it.
Yeah. Esha, I'm happy you're on now because now I know tomorrow someone will be accusing me of being a sadist. So I have that little Twitter drama.
You mean someone will be recognizing you as the sadist that you are? I am. I'm an Assad. I've had on Assad hater a bunch of times. And
well, okay, but I'm also a Putin. Remember, I don't know if you remember earlier this morning, somebody accused me of going above. They're like, I'm anti-Russiagator, but Katie, you've had on Esha, who's been to Moscow and is being paid by Putin. And I'm like, I wish.
Haven't you been to Moscow though, or did it get? Oh yeah, but you just weren't paid by Putin.
I hope not.
Yeah, Latino. Yeah,
I
actually,
hope so. Actually, I would not
would
be
have
opposed
liked
to
to.
being
Right. Yeah, I'll take it from wherever, as long as I'm not beholden. Actually, let me show this, since we have some great stuff to go through today, because Jack and I had our typically discursive opening, so we still have some media hits to go through, which will be great. But let me just show people. Wait, that's the Aaron thing that we already went through. I'm looking for my the Google Doc. Okay, here we go. Because we did promise people Jack in Moscow.
No.
Oh yes, I
No,
was in
it's
Moscow
we
as
did,
well.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
good,
I'm not
okay.
confusing all. I don't mix up. It's not like all you people have been to Moscow.
We've just all been in Moscow to meet up at one point or another.
I haven't.
course.
I haven't been.
You should come with me this time. It's like the most beautiful city on earth.
I have photos. I have.
It really
to,
is very cool.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So, and thank you again, Maria. Thank you, Maria. Thank you.
There we are.
Yeah, let me.
There
just
I
make
am
this-
at the
But how
Kremlin.
do I make this so it's not? What does this look like? It still looks too previewy. What
To
do I
those
do?
who are asking to see my cute dog, she just left the room, but I will bring her up next time she comes in the
That's
room.
Kenny.
That's little Kenny.
Yeah,
I
there's
thought I
Kenny
did
has
the
merch.
picture.
Kenny has.
Really?
Oh yeah,
I
there's
didn't know
Kenny
that.
merch. There's a Kenny emote on Twitch. You know.
Oh, I
Yeah.
want that. How do I do that?
Well, you have to get on Twitch. You can make when you're an affiliate, you can make.
Am I still an affiliate, or did I lose that?
You should still be an affiliate, so you can probably make a Bodhi emote.
Okay, great. I'm really excited about that. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Sorry, guys. So this is. Okay, can you guys see this?
Oh yeah, there we go.
That's Jack
There I
and
am at the Kremlin.
Jack at the Kremlin. Okay.
Yep.
And we earlier on we were talking about Ron Howard and Bryce
Yes.
Howard.
Right.
So tell me if you guys can hear this.
We're going to have any serious discussion about
Can you guys hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it.
we absolutely have to watch this.
I take responsibility.
I responsibility. I take responsibility for every unchecked moment. For every time it was easier to ignore than to call it out for what it was.
Oh my God, that's Justin Thoreau. I went to high school with that guy. Was
Wait,
that him? Wait,
no.
we back up. Is that
Is
him?
that him?
wasn't-
Okay, that's Aaron Paul, obviously.
I
I
see.
No.
don't know who this is. This is the Veronica Mars woman.
Jessica Biel.
Miller.
No, it's
I don't
not
know who he
Jessica
is, but
Biel.
He sounds like
I
a
don't
serial
think.
killer
Oh, is
confessing
it?
to a crime
Yeah.
on Law and Order. Like, listen to him. It sounds like he's like delivering a litany of the things that he would kill people over.
Every not so funny joke.
Sounds like he's saying like I would kill them over any unfunny joke they made, any stereotype they fulfilled. He just sounds like a killer.
Every unfair sport. Every not so funny joke.
So wait a second. Does that mean he's not taking responsibility for every very funny joke?
I think if it's really funny,
Then it's okay. You get a pass. Okay.
the proof is in the pudding. He's channeling Marlon Brando from Apocalypse Now, though.
Here's Deborah Messing channeling extremely dumb Mick Resistance hero who doesn't know that you're supposed to at least pretend that you're not reading from a teleprompter.
Every blatant injustice.
Look at her eyes.
Wow.
She's reading.
Look how obvious it is. Watch.
Every blatant injustice, no matter how big
You see that? Okay, now watch this woman, okay? Listen to what she says and also the face she makes.
Every time I explained away police brutality.
How do you do that, lady?
Everyone's
Right.
making these kind of like relatable, like when I didn't check my privilege,
Well,
when I didn't
it's
speak
kind of
out.
escalating. It's like every time I lied to the cops to have a black man arrested because he told me he was driving my dog off a leash.
Yeah, exactly. I
Every time
know.
I committed a crime and blamed it on a person of color, knowing
Yeah.
the cops would arrest
Right.
him.
Yeah, every time I committed a hate crime, you know, I'm taking responsibility for that. Look at the face she makes too after she says it. Hold on. It's like she's like in a cute like Jello pudding ad or something. Wait, watch this. Hold on. I don't even know if she has someone.
Every time I explained away police brutality. Or
Why
turned
the
a
fuck
blind
would you
eye.
do that?
Why would you do that? Why would you be like? It's
Had to
really,
do it.
She
Anyway.
makes a little frumpy face. Like,
Yeah.
Every time I explained away police brutality, ever think of that? Ever think
Yeah.
of that? Hmm.
So weird, right?
Truly strange.
And then we have some media clips. Should we watch some media clips, guys? And then we'll get back into. Or Jack, are you okay? Do you need to leave or?
I could probably go in like 15 or so. I
Okay.
just have to have my dinner and all that. But,
Oh, yeah.
but let's watch some media hits.
Are you guys good with that, Leslie and Esha?
yeah. And Matt J does have a super chat now. He's saying, "You're
Great.
right. Try not to say anything in chat I wouldn't say to someone's face. Much love." What is? Yeah. See,
Wow.
That's wow. Look at
super
that.
chat turned him around.
Wow.
Yeah.
If
That's awesome.
Leslie can lobby for some subscribers, can I also lobby for about 3 subscribers? He has for 5.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 for historically. How many do we want, Leslie? 5?
We want 5. We need 4 more. We need 4 more.
Could be some of the same people. Could be the same people.
Yeah.
Truly. Yeah, just do both.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, do both. We could have.
Where and where do they go to? And
Historically.substack.com.
Historic. Oh yeah, the Substack thing. That's a thing. Leslie, you guys are on Substack and Patreon, right?
and Patreon, but most importantly, sesh.plus, because there is a contest. Sesh.plus, if you want to check it out. If you're already a Patreon sub, you can go ahead and do the 7-day trial. See if you like Sesh.plus better.
Sesh.plus is
What
better
about-
than Patreon.
Really?
It's the better way to use it. It's a better interface. Patreon kind of stinks. We're using this new thing that's a little more podcast focused.
Can I get a Katie Halper Show plus or whatever?
Oh yes, absolutely.
How do I get a historically? Well, we'll talk about it in the Discord.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm going to make a Patreon only, or maybe I should make it plus thing only. Discord.
No.
All right. We'll talk about it later, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
So, oh sure.
I lost my camera. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Oh no.
And then Esha's going to talk to us about so many things, including the general strike.
Yeah, in India.
In India, not happening here. But honestly, the person who's like not feeling a lot of urgency in Katie's parents' house. Yeah, I'm not actually cosplaying as someone who's like suffering right now, and I pretty much think I make that clear. And I'm not like caping. I'm sorry, he didn't give a super chat, right?
There's no super chat.
All right, forget it.
You can't trash.
I
You can't do trash
trash,
talking. You got a super chat.
Can what's a good way for me to like humiliatingly trash talk them? Is it if I don't respond to their name? Like if I just say in case anyone, or should I just ignore it?
You just gotta say ignore it. You gotta pay.
Ignore it.
Thanks for keeping me on it.
Yeah.
Move
They
the
have to
tab
pay.
away.
They have to pay if they
They
want
have
the
to pay,
bullshit.
yeah, if they want that, yeah. Okay, so I'm sharing the wrong tab. When was that from?
No, it was probably me.
No, it's from Maria, but I think we're good now. Oh, it was you sharing the wrong tab. Okay. So let's watch some of our media clips. All right.
Oh, many progressives in your party like AOC.
This is
say it doesn't
Jennifer.
go far enough. They want to
What's her name? Jennifer
Granholm.
Granholm, who, by the way, I apologize, or
Canadian.
Canadian, not a lesbian. I thought she was a lesbian.
No, she was Michigan's governor for
I know.
like a long time.
Oh, I know who she is. I just happened to think she was a lesbian, and that was relevant because Nando was doing the woke Brian Williams thing, and I think someone said she was a grandmother, or maybe he made that up, and I thought he was like burying the lead because I thought she was a lesbian. So I thought his woke washing routine was like missing the first thing, but she's not. So anyway, apologies for getting it wrong, but never apologizing because it's not bad to be a lesbian. I'm just apologizing because I was inaccurate. Okay. That went off seamlessly. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
emissions faster, spend trillions more. What's your message to them?
Oh my God, my shirt matches hers kind of.
Clearly, the Green New Deal was an important framework for what Joe.
By the way, I see what she's doing there. Green New Deal. Look at the color.
Yeah.
Guys. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Biden has put on tap. But I mean, really, this is the most robust climate change plan ever.
What?
And the fact.
I mean, maybe technically that's true because we're okay. You'll correct the record. Should we play the whole thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
He put together this team of people, and that it is going to be an effort that runs through government. For example, Pete Buttigieg was nominated this past week. Transportation is going to be a huge component of this, and the input from folks across this political spectrum.
Even Republicans like Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, really.
Have you guys heard about his smart sewers?
No.
What happened with his smart
In his
sewer?
book, he wrote about it in South Bend. He made like some sort of really smart sewer. Like, my guess is, I guess you can track your poop with an app. So I'm actually excited about him making it nationwide.
That's appropriate. South Bend?
That's the city he was mayor of.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it lends itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he did also smart, what they call smart streets.
Oh yeah,
where
kill
they
somebody.
well, he killed a child. A black child was killed by one of his smart streets. So that's our new transportation Department of
I
Transportation
mean,
secretary. A mayor, like at the mayor level, or a mayor of a small town, he already got someone killed with his transportation plan, and he's just moving his way up.
I mean, let's say like you had made let's say for argument's sake, like that was a good decision, right? And it wound up saving many more lives than it cost. The fact that people don't even address it, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, but you don't even have to pretend that it's a mistake to have a black child killed. Like, that's not even something you have to sanitize.
No, it's just, you got to crack a few eggs to build your career. I mean, that's the same thing people say about Kamala and all the black people she locked up for her entire career. Like, she was just doing her job. So that's what it is. We have a couple of super chats.
Yeah.
Seaman Stains, now he is talking a little smack, Katie. He says your Russian accent is like nails on the chalkboard. I disagree. I find it lovely. And you should keep doing it.
Is it like nails on a chalkboard or like semen stains on a blanket? What? You guys look at me like it's like
that's
his
name. His name. His name is Seaman Stains. Real blue there, Katie.
Come on.
Slightly uncouth for my taste. That's all. Just a little uncouth.
I shouldn't say that about people who are given those names by their parents. You're right. That's cruel. Yeah.
Gio. Oh, I just lost it. But Gio Franco says, "Oh, this whole thing just seems to be about different left personality with their massive egos fighting over who gets to court the left audience." That could be it, but yeah.
Is that a reference to the force the vote thing?
Well, listen, I think there's a little bit of that with with the gatekeeping over who's allowed to make requests. You know what I mean? That's like what I've been thinking about, is that it's like everybody wants to gatekeep. It's like, well, you don't get to like speak or be a part of the left. I'm like, well, I don't know. Shut up.
I agree. That's annoying. And but what we're saying here is that you get to participate, but I may not call on you if you don't super chat. That's the gatekeeping. Yeah. And I'm putting that on Leslie.
Yeah, right. Even as 6ix9ine says, support in the media, support independent media. This is our voice. Without them, we're fucked. Yes.
Thank you.
That is agree. We may be fucked either way. I make no promises.
But we like to think slightly less fucked. That's our motto.
Yeah. Tony Sparks. Tony Sparks with $100 super chat. He just threw up the peace symbol and the laughing.
The peace sign. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I like that.
Tony. Tony, you're the man. And we should have a program where people like Tony who are nice, maybe I like this idea, can sponsor an asshole. So, if you want, right? So, Tony, if you want me to respond to any of the assholes in the chat who don't even have the courage or conviction to pay $1 for me to
pay even $1 to have their super chat read.
For the price of a cup of coffee.
Yeah, right? You can sponsor one YouTube.
You can sponsor one YouTube troll. So let's see.
Help them make their voices heard.
Yeah, help them, and let's uplift these voices. By the way, okay, she's wearing a green sweater. She's definitely rocking some. I'm back to the Granholm.
We can't see.
I know. I'm going back to it. She's definitely rocking the what's her name? Snake emoji. I can't believe I'm not being Warren. She's definitely rocking Major Warren, Big Warren.
Yeah, she is very similar to Warren. Why would you ever copy that energy though? Because that doesn't work out for Warren. So I don't know.
I know. Well, look, she's also probably very strong Native American background, and it's just
Canadian.
Yeah. Are they both Canadians?
No. Jennifer Granholm was Canadian, and then she moved to Michigan after she got married, and then became the U.S. citizen.
Got it. Okay.
Warren
is not even from here.
An anchor spouse.
Yeah.
I gotta say, Elizabeth Warren has big Canadian energy.
She really does.
Sorry if it offends any Canadians.
I'm half Canadian, Leslie, so I'm gonna give you the C pass on that one.
You have Canadian license. You just got. You're using Jack as your human shield.
Yeah.
Canadian shield.
All right. Seaman Stain says, please do the Russian accent. I just need a few seconds. The same person who said it was like nails on the chalk. Apparently, some people are into nails on the chalkboard.
Fetish. Yes,
Oh.
it's not uncommon for people to feel conflicted about the accent.
That's true.
Many reasons. I give birth to this accent with Leslie Lee in the house. We can talk about it later. We do very good film analysis of Josh Fox's appearance on Nomiki Kon's show. And several interesting revelations made about Nomiki resume, which we'll talk about later. Okay.
Stations across the
Can you guys
country.
hear? You guys hear,
Yep.
right?
People can drive electric vehicles from San Francisco to New York and be able to stop everywhere in between. We
Okay,
want to make sure
I'm a New
that
Yorker,
our-
but like, can you try to appeal to people besides me?
Right.
No, but why not have a high-speed train that takes you from San Francisco to New York in 4 hours?
Esha
Right.
is such a wonk that like she cock blocks our jokes, but I only mean that I mean that in a really good way. That's making fun of me and complimenting you. So keep never stop the cock block. But no, that's not a passive aggressive thing. It's really funny because like we're making some like semi-informed overall generalizations that are funny, and Esha's like brings the whole policy, like global policy analysis.
Oh, yeah, that's the first thing I was thinking. Electric car, what the bleep?
What
High-speed
the bleep, yeah.
rails. Okay, are we
Right.
allowed to swear or not? I don't know.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck
Okay.
yeah. That's my character voice. Okay. So let's return to Canadian bacon over here. That sounds like an insult, but I mean I like pigs, so we shouldn't have Canadian tofurkey over here. Okay.
Administration is creating that opportunity. Francisco to New York and from folks across this political spectrum has made this plan the robust plan that it is. If we're going to
Okay, so robust is a talking point. Let's just watch. It's very
Russians in
short.
your party like AOC say it doesn't go far enough. They want to reduce emissions faster.
By the way, one last comment. She looks like an SNL actress playing Elizabeth Warren.
I was gonna
Well,
say
it's
she
also
she
gotten a lot
really
of
is in that
Botox
knockoff
here.
Elizabeth Warren space.
Mhm.
And the Botox and the non-movement kind of gives it an extra
Yeah,
bulk.
Esha and I can say that because we're women.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
No, I'm saying we can. Yeah.
Okay,
Is
we
it-
can.
I don't know if it's Botox or filler. Honestly, I should.
This is definitely Botox.
Botox, all right.
This is
Esha
filler.
has good Botox star. Wait, let me see. I wasn't looking at that. What's the difference?
Okay, one is like a little cheek implant that they put to stretch the skin, and the other is like a injection they put to
Right. Okay, got it. Oh, fillers. What's filler? I think, or which one does Nicole Kidman have in The Undoing?
I don't know.
Okay, we'll have to look at that later. All right. Here she is.
More. What's your message to them?
Well, clearly the Green New Deal was
What's the air
framework
quotes?
for what Joe Biden has put on tap.
The
But I mean,
Green
really,
New Deal.
this is the most
Framework.
robust
Remember, framework,
climate change
robust
plan
Right.
ever. And so, and the fact that he put together this team of people, and that it is going to be an effort that runs through government. For example, Pete Buttigieg was nominated this past week. Transportation is going to be a huge component of this.
Wow, how
And the
exciting. Pete
input
Buttigieg,
from
someone who's not qualified,
folks
is in
across
charge?
the political spectrum has made this plan the robust plan that it is. If we're
Robust,
going to put
nice.
charging stations across the country so that
Charging
people can
stations?
drive electric vehicles
No.
from San Francisco to New York and be able to stop everywhere. in
We're gonna
between.
have
Okay,
We wanna
plugs.
make sure
lithium batteries,
that
like
our
these
administration
batteries are
is
like
doing
big,
that.
big pollution, like water
Right.
poison. Oh God, what's wrong
Maybe
with them?
maybe Biden can name Evo to something. Evo
Yes.
because he doesn't have a lot to do right now.
I know, but
I mean, yeah, he does. He's a movement leader. He's
yes.
active in Moss. He's just not president, thanks to the coup that we.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
quite a lot.
Katie, the progressive lefty said he did a super chat to talk a little trash.
Okay.
All right, I've had enough with that accent. See ya. So see you lose,
How
you
much
win
did
some
he pay?
fans,
How
you
much did he
lose
pay?
Wow.
$5, $5,
Wow.
but $5.
You're worth more to me absent with $5 than you are.
Oh,
Sorry.
wow.
I mean, I'm just being real.
Katie,
Yeah, wow. Brutal.
turning heel on the fans.
Yeah. Oh, I thought I sent T the. We're having in another person right now. Did you check your email? Maria, could you hold on. By the way, everyone give a big hand to Maria, Brad, Kelly, who's not here but usually is, and
Oh,
everyone
yeah.
else who's making this happen. Also, I want to just after give money to these people, these fine people, but also if you're so inclined, just $1 a month to patreon.com/the Katie Halper Show. That's all I'm saying.
All right, we got at CT Dennis 1985 with a $10 donation saying, "Screw the progressive lefty. Maybe a little harsh, but the accent is great, and my chat is better because it's $5 more." And yes, you did pay $5 more.
Wow,
so
that's $5 better.
The progressive lefty, I wouldn't take that personally. I feel that's more about the accent. And some people are saying the people are putting their money behind the accent now.
Yeah.
So
So I know which side my baklava is butter, my caviar is butter.
Is 15 pro accent super chats versus 10 anti-accent super chats. One person gave to both, strangely enough. But if you want to chime in on whether the accent is good or bad, you can do it in the super chat.
Wow. Okay. So we're gonna how much more do we have? Let's finish this video, then we're gonna bring in our next guest. Cool?
Cool.
All right.
We want to make sure that our administration is creating that opportunity and those jobs. So there's been wonderful input on the part of AOC and Bernie Sanders, but also the business community. I mean,
yes, let's also while we're let's just like get input from both.
Right. Both elements of our party, the elected senators and also the business people who pull the strings. Hold on one second.
Yeah, exactly. It's like how many says do they get? Like all of it.
Let's see.
There's been wonderful input on the part of AOC and Bernie Sanders, but also the business community. I mean, we have
the business community.
Fracking, Chevron.
Sorry, all in. Let me just hear it 1 second. Sorry.
By the way,
wait, hold on 1 second. Let me just crap. Let me just play the last line of this. Hold on.
Oh, many progressives in your party, like AOC, say it doesn't go far enough.
By the way, I just want to say that George Stephanopoulos has a Greek American father.
Yes,
very important. Changing the discussion about fatherhood and Greek American
input on the part of AOC and Bernie Sanders, but also the business community. I mean, we have an all-in strategy, and we're really excited to implement.
Governor Granholm, thanks for your time.
Okay, one more thing. Isn't Joe Biden's son on the board of a fracking company in Ukraine?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like you're gonna I don't understand how much more input they're gonna get from the business community.
Well, I love that. Yeah. Let's bring in our next guest, who so happy to be bringing him back into the fold. Trevor Beaulieu, are you there?
Hey, what's going on?
How are you? Welcome back.
What's going on? Good to see you.
Doing good. How you guys feeling?
Good, thanks.
Good. I think I unfortunately got to run. I got to go make dinner. Good to see you, Trevor.
Thank you.
Esha, always a pleasure.
You can be
see you, Leslie.
Not that you're
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, Jack. Thanks so much. Everyone, check out Jack's Twitch AM show, and
it's really good.
Yeah, and of course, struggle session. But Trevor's incredibly smart, and he helped us discover something in real time last week. I still have to release a clip of it about Cedric Richmond, which was amazing. Leslie, do you remember this amazing moment?
No.
Oh, okay. You were too overwhelmed. You were from your memory because it was overwhelming. Basically, we realized that Cedric Richmond is a black
oil and gas.
Who is being at first didn't make sense because he was has some weirdly named position, and then it's some engagement outreach position, and then we looked.
Is that a brand new position, by the way? Is it?
I think it is. But what T did is he put it all together and helped us see that it's actually a position to do outreach to white conservatives. And we're like, why would this guy be the face for white conservatives? And really, what it is he's been assigned the creation of that. So it's a black person creating this office of racist outreach. So
and by creating, I don't think he's really creating it. I think someone else created it, and he's gonna be forced to be
the face of it.
Yeah.
The face of the creation, but then right, the face of the creation, right? So that office is created by him, but then obviously the interface will not be him.
Yeah, and I think he not only will not be the one to actually do it, but he's not even the one that really created it. He's the one that was tasked with saying
Right.
that he created it. I think.
Yeah, who knows? But that's certainly a possibility. Then a couple hours later on, I felt conflicted because I kind of find him attractive, but that's another. Okay, so
I mean, by DC standards, I mean he's like Denzel.
Yeah, he really is. It looks like he has a pulse. No, he doesn't have any of that embalmed factor.
Yeah, it's like Andrea Ocasio-Cortez. I mean, she is attractive in the real world, but you put her in DC and then forget about it. She's next level.
Yeah, she's just beautiful. And I would say what's amazing about this sounds so problematic. I think she's smart. I think she's good. I'm critical of her, but I also think she's great. And like, what I love, one of the things I love about her is that she's so photogenic. So her trolls and her haters are like so screwed because like they can't find anything. They have to go back to her like really awkward big teeth, childhood days. Yeah. You know, they can't find a single unflattering image of her from now. So then she just winds up looking like a cute little underdog who has big teeth that needed braces.
I remember when they released they were like trying to they leaked the video of her dancing in college. It was like, wow, what a horrible video to release her looking cool and happy.
Looking cool and happy, and also like she's like that perfect sweet spot of like, and I'll say this as a woman, hopefully it'll shield it somewhat, but like she has that wholesomeness and a sexiness. It like is the perfect like blend for America to get behind, as problematic as that is. You know what I mean? Like if any sexier, it would be bad.
Yeah,
brings everyone together. I mean, yeah.
That's like that girl from Twilight. I feel is like that.
Oh yeah.
Where she's not like so attractive that women will start hating her, but she's still very attractive.
Yeah.
Got a couple of super chats. Question for Esha: have you talked with Afro Shah from Mumbai? He is organizing the world's largest beach cleanup project.
No, I would not be opposed to it. So if there's some way you can give his contact information somehow, I would totally love to interview him.
We can do that. He can at you at your new Twitter account, historically pod. Yeah.
Okay. Do that.
Sorry.
Oh, I was just reading the next super chat. Left is best. Katie, do you agree with Jimmy Dore calling AOC evil? Oh, this is some pot stirring. Pot stirring. $5.
Yeah.
You paid your $5 though.
I don't think she's evil. I don't think as people know, I agree with a lot of the stuff Jimmy says, and I don't think that it's useful or accurate to call her evil or sellout. And I actually think the strongest things, but look, we all have different lanes. So maybe there needs to be someone saying that about her. But I do think that like it's a functional strategic thing, right? Which is like you become part of a political party, you become somewhat powerful. It's not like there's nothing, I don't think it's a personality flaw. It's like a law of nature.
Yeah, it's basically a limitation on who is allowed to get elected. Not allowed as in not in the conspiratorial way, but how the hegemony works and what kind of like. There is a reason why she is a congresswoman, and there are other people who are not. And often being inside of Washington when you're like brainwashed 24/7 by lobbyists, that will also have an impact on you unless you're very, very ideologically strong. And I never got the impression she was that ideologically strong.
Yeah. I mean, and I do also think that like it's part of our sorry, I'm getting distracted. Glezzy, you got to keep me. I'm not gonna look at the thingies. So
yeah, if you want to talk trash again, you have to do a super chat. Sadly, but yeah,
I love the way you say that. It's like just a law of nature.
That's just the rules. That's the rules.
I mean, some people are like, okay, I'm not gonna see. You're invisible unless you pay. That's the ethos of this.
Yeah, especially because first of all, we know what some of the people are doing. You know, you were getting pure grade A drama content, and you think you're gonna get it for free. It's not happening. It's not happening. Let them give away all that drama for free on Twitter. We're not doing it. We're professionals here.
Exactly.
Sorry.
Yeah. So someone was like, someone was like, Katie has a crush on AOC, and then someone said Katie's jealous of her. Now you're two individual people, but pick a narrative, guys. I would say it's closer to the crush than jealous. What would I be jealous of her for? That she looks great on video and she's totally
okay.
Right, thank you for keeping me. All right, Leslie's got me. Right.
Yeah, but Grammar Hero is going to start a prop. He's paying his money. Is Anna Kasparian evil? Jimmy keeps accusing her of taking Katzenberg cash and being a propagandist for NATO.
Well, am I allowed to pipe in on this one?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. What really caught me is that there was this episode of the Michael Brooks show where she said something like, I'm going to stop calling Maduro a dictator. And I'm like, wait a minute. You never checked any of the elections between 2013 and 2018 when you started calling him a dictator? Like you just did it because you imbibed propaganda from mainstream media. And that was kind of a little bit disturbing for me.
I mean, but we got to call her in.
Yeah, sure. I just noticed that was a lot of that was pretty disappointing to not check. Like, I'm not gonna believe that everyone the U.S. calls a dictator is a dictator, and that's basic propaganda 101.
Yeah. Even as he gave 2 super chats, I think by accident, but both for $5, and he said you need to wear the red hat when Vlad wants your compliance. Okay, so just put on the hat whenever you're and CT Dennis 1985 with $20 says the cops are evil. No matter how nice a single cop is, they are evil. You cannot reform them. It is the same for a Democratic politician. He's bringing that fire. They are pro-capitalist. We need to defund the Democrats just like the police.
We got a good clip on that, by the way.
Yeah. Hard to argue against that when you look at it from a broad perspective.
Yeah, right. That's why I think it's not. Wait, where is this? Sorry, Katie, you should watch this hilarious clip. If Maria or Brad feel up to it, apparently there's a hilarious clip of Granholm. I know this is outside of the super chat purview, but where is it? Did anyone see that? I lost it. What's Katzenberg money, by the way?
Oh, it's a think tank. Sorry. It's a
Quibi money.
And she interviewed Madeleine Albright, and she didn't ask, was it worth it to kill 500? Like she was like, it was a very softball interview with Madeleine Albright.
Okay, is that related to the NED?
I don't remember, but I can look it up later.
Yeah, we'll look at it. Let's see. We were playing more video. I don't know if you saw the if you saw the Granholm clip, but we were just okay. So basically, it's pretty amazing. It's like she's saying that the Green New Deal is a good framework. We need to write down a list of buzzwords. Okay, there's framework, robust. What else is there?
Muscular.
Are they using that lately?
Sometimes they use muscular too. It's getting annoying. And
we need to every week I'm going to tweet out a list of like the buzzwords, and then like with Neera Tanden it was lived experience, and then everyone has
access.
Universal access, right?
Well, I'm impressed Neera Tanden used lived experience.
No, she didn't. Other people use it about her.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I really hate that phrase.
By the way,
well, it's amazing when the lived experience is literally being on Section 8 housing, and then what you're doing is you are using your power to then deny other people of that, like which is what she's doing in her cuts.
On top of that,
sorry, go on.
Oh, sorry. She also, I had, there's a feeling maybe just inside of me, she may be stealing valor because she tweeted that her grandfather was in the same prison as Gandhi. And I kind of need proof on that.
Show the receipts, show the prison receipts.
Also, that's like a weird, not an appeal to authority. I mean, what is that fallacy? Like appeal to prison time. What is that? Like a lot of people are locked up. Like I'm sure there was like a rapist locked up in the same jail as Martin Luther King. Like I don't really get what it means to be locked. Like is she saying that he was locked up for protesting alongside Gandhi?
Right. He could have been an embezzler. What if he was a wealthy businessman and an embezzler who happened to share a cell?
What does that mean?
We don't know. Yeah.
And we got some clarification on the earlier comment.
Someone's mic is making a little weird noise. I'm not sure who that is. I'm trying to be more assertive about it, so I don't.
Wait, is it
Yeah,
mine?
I think it's you. I think it might be you too. I think you might even be on the wrong mic because it doesn't sound.
Oh,
like
snap.
But
let me see. Maybe it's Oh yeah, there we go. Hold on.
See, I'm really embracing this because I like to be. I don't like to cause among my friends and my guests. I don't like to be at all difficult. I like to be difficult to other people. But
Okay, how about this?
Really,
oh yeah, now you're good.
That's a lot better, right? Okay.
Oh my God, Leslie, you know what we did? We did that thing, which is like when you tell people you like that they have something in their teeth.
Yeah, but what I want to comment on is the fact that none of the chat had anything to say about T or his levels, and yet every time I come on here, I'm too loud, I'm too quiet.
Right.
Well, people did complain that I wasn't talking at all, so that was in the chat. They said, "Why is he not talking?"
Well, honestly, though, I think Leslie, to be fair, and I'm not being a gaslight apologist for people who are telling you that, Leslie, but you have been on this show so many times. There's a comfort level, right? So soon the audience will also be going after T.
Yeah, I think I was talking less too, so I didn't have time to annoy them yet.
Yeah.
And super chat from Sparky says police are appointed to protect the elite, sheriffs are elected to protect the people, defund the police, and offset it by expanding sheriff's departments. I don't know about the sheriff's departments.
We got big sheriff lobby. We'll have to think about it.
I've always wanted to know what makes a lived experience different than an anecdote. Like if you say that you're sharing anecdotal evidence, it's like get out of here. But if you call it lived experience, it's like, oh, watch out.
Well, it's really interesting you said that because one thing that we were talking about, I went on Bree's show the other day, and she had Marcus for America came on her show because Ben Dixon, I guess, went on his show, and they had an interesting exchange. Then we were talking about her show, and then Marcus for America came on the show because he was in the chats. And I told Bree, I was like, "Oh, he's in the chats," because everyone was saying that. Anyway, there's a weird echo. Is that me, my cell phone? So what happened was one of the many interesting things that I think Bree has said is that there's a difference between authority and experience, which I think speaks to that, right? Which is like, there's anecdotal evidence, there's lived experience evidence, and then there's of course the like listen to insert the group, but like there are more than one of that group. Yeah. So is it like it's never like listen to the blank with whom I disagree. It's like listen to the blank with whom I agree. And what I actually think is like really sorted is there's like it's not the same thing to weaponize your experience in one direction versus the other. So if you were on Section 8 housing and you use that to then say, I experienced that, and that's why I'm fighting hard for others to have access to that, that's a totally coherent and like moral thing to do. But if you do it to say, I'm using that as cover to cut other people's access to it, that's like evil. That's the evil thing to do.
So, I don't know, so much stuff to keep up with.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're here for. So anyway, so Jennifer Granholm was using some buzzwords. Let's write them in the chat. Write the buzzwords. I'll read them out no matter what. Does anyone hear that weird bzzz thing? Now I'm being too.
I hear it, and I don't know if it's me.
Hold on, I'm going to turn off my mic and tell me if it doesn't change.
Okay.
It changed.
Yeah. Oh no, but we want to hear you.
You know what? I can just mute it when I can.
Okay. But that's.
Did it come back?
It's like an alien.
Yeah.
Is it back?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, watch. When I put my hand up, I'm going to turn off the mic.
It's gone.
Okay. I got this mic. It's way too sensitive. I don't know how to put a noise gate on it, but it's it picks up every. We
need a gate.
Yeah. So you know what? I'll turn it off when I'm not talking.
Okay, but then when you're talking, definitely, yeah. Yeah. So anyway, so that was interesting watching Granholm say, we have input from AOC and Bernie, and also from the business community. Like, pretend that they're not part of the party officially. Who's with me? Okay. Thank you. Leslie is so look at his face. He's so sweet looking. And then I love it. He just is like, he's so nice and kind unless you're on the side of evil, at which point he just takes some prisoners. Okay. Yeah. So should we watch this other clip?
Yeah.
This, by the way, I forgot to give this guy a shout out. Case Study QB. Everyone subscribe to his. Everyone go to his Twitter. Also subscribe to his YouTube. He's like a total great resource. He's the unofficial producer for many of us on the left making media. And so I'm about to play a clip that he provided. Let's see where am I. Oh, everyone share this, by the way, and everyone like this, please. Okay.
Forget about the differences with some Republican colleagues and Democratic colleagues on this very subject. It does tend to fall along party lines. But you've been having some dust-ups with fellow Democrats, particularly those who are not satisfied with the COVID-19 relief, including Bernie Sanders, who said it should be a lot more. I'm just wondering if you were hinting of having had it with some of the more progressive members of the party, and that they don't know, I think you said something, they don't know how to make deals.
Listen, I'm really proud of the fact that a bipartisan group of senators got sick and tired of the political posturing from both parties that saw our country going into this economic tailspin. We saw unbelievable numbers of people in food lines, saw unemployment numbers going up, and we said, we're tired of the finger pointing. Let's go out and do something. We compromised, the Democrats a lot, the Republicans compromised a lot. We came up with a $908 billion package.
Sanders is saying you over-compromised, Senator, that the view of the extreme left in your party is that you caved. Do you think you caved? The Bernie Sanders and others who say that.
What I'm saying is, I'm not going to be the Grinch that stole Christmas and say to people who lose their unemployment the day after Christmas, so long, farewell, or the folks who are going to get kicked out of their apartment on January 2nd, we're not going to do something to actually pay the landlords back for their lost rent. I mean,
talking point.
Oh my God! This is like actually, I'm gonna have a heart attack if I listen to this much longer.
We're gonna have to go through it. We're not that much longer though. Okay.
Rent. I mean, there will be people on the extremes. This is one area I actually agree with Rand Paul in his previous comment. I would much rather, and our bipartisan proposal said, let's give this money targeted to those most in need, like the unemployed, rather than giving everyone a check, whether they've had any economic loss or not. Now, that's not going to, at the end of the day, prevent me, because compromises are about, you don't get the whole thing. The fact that you have Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump, together on this checks for everybody idea, I don't think that's a smart way, but I'm not going to stamp my feet and say, oh my gosh, I'm going to ignore all the pain and economic harm that's out there and do nothing. So I hope we get this bipartisan bill. I hope it gets voted.
No, what you're going to do is you're going to throw a tantrum and say Bernie and Trump want the same thing. So obviously that's a bad sign.
This is a dual tweet masquerading as a political analysis. I'm sorry. There's no difference between good things and bad things. Well, if Trump is, I can't believe
TPP. It's a TPP thing where they're both anti-TPP, which means that obviously they're both bad, right?
Dual tweet.
And TPP is good.
On top of that, he wanted to bail out landlords, and also memes testing is the worst way to. I hate him.
We need to bail out the landlords. Who will speak for the landlords thing? And also, there are places and times where you should be agreeing with Rand Paul. Often it's because it's in the realm of foreign policy. It's not anywhere but foreign policy. Maybe sex work. And no, but I mean, he's right, isn't he? Whatever.
He's
not good on economics.
On the age of consent.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. But in general, I mean, I think he leans decarceral on that image, I would say.
Wait, Rand Paul?
Yeah.
I don't think. Is he?
Yeah.
Oh.
He's a libertarian.
Oh, I didn't hear him. I guess I'm looking at, he did oppose Sister Foster.
There you go. Woke Rand
wow,
Paul.
Strange.
Age of consent.
Yes.
Wait, what's that? I don't know what that one.
No, it's a joke that libertarians only care about the age of consent.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a ridiculous thing. And also, he looks like a Grinch. And also, I'm going to tell you guys something. I said this on Maria. Are there more clips? Is this the Bernie thing? I think there's more. But I, by the way, I know Mark Warner very well. Not really. I mentioned this on Useful Idiots. But I spoke at a Netroots Nation. I did some stand up at a Netroots Nation thing. And I introduced him, and I brought him onto the stage and we passed each other and we did like a weird like kiss on the cheek thing, which was kind of, yeah, I know. And I told Matt Taibbi, he was like, were there sparks? I was like, no, he's the only, and this is true. And everyone should listen to this week's Useful Idiots. And I said, like, he's the only person who he's like capable of looking like a platypus and not being at all adorable, which is true. And he had at this Netroots Nation party, he sponsored a party. He like threw a party and there was a chocolate fondue fountain, which I definitely partook in because I'm a big fan of that, but it was a bit obscene. Yeah.
What was the final take on the
Shadowban
stimulus thing? Because I've heard different
and the what?
stories.
Stimulus.
The stimulus, because I've been recording different stuff all day. So I was told the stimulus happened. Someone told me 600, someone told me 300.
Oh, I don't know.
On top of the unemployment.
Oh, you mean like the checks?
Yeah.
600.
It's 600. Okay. Got it. Is that noise still there or no? I think my mic was too close to something.
Oh,
I think when I pulled it back here. So you have to deal with me looking like far away, but
no, it's okay. We'll crop it. We'll zoom in.
And we got a super chat from Shadow Band Refugee, stirring up more left drama on the Queen Katie Halper show while we trying to get some different content right now is stupid. Go back to high school. He is calling out the people who are talking about the drama. So hey, he gave his $6.66 for that.
Is he an ally?
Unclear. I believe so. I believe he's an ally, but he's against the other super chatters who were digging into the drama that's going on.
Calling out chat.
Somebody explained it to me too. $600 check for stimulus, but $300 extra in unemployment insurance. So that was why I was hearing both numbers. I got it now.
Got it. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, later on, I have to find. Someone. Oh man. QB, what's his name? I can never remember. I think you maybe need a new handle because I can never remember it. Case study QB. What's QB? Maybe if I know what QB stands for, it'll land better. But he has a great clip that we'll try to get to because some people may know that I called out Stephanie Rule, and when I call someone out, I'm blessed because I have my show, and I can stream whenever I want to, and then I have Useful Idiots, and then I go on Crystal Ball and Sagar and Jetty. So I both am happy and also embarrassed, and I apologize. A lot of people heard a lot of anti-Stephanie Rule content from me a couple weeks ago. But I want to, later on in the show, Steph, I'm going to give you some props because I think you're onto it. You realize the errors of your ways, and I think you kind of redeemed yourself. So we'll get to that. That's just a little preview. But let's go to so we heard from Mark Chocolate Fountain Warner. Now let's go to Amo Bernie. Who Leslie, by the way, as much as he pretends to not like him, he totally loves him. No, you don't pretend not to like him. You're hard on him.
Wait, who?
Amo Bernie.
Bernie Sanders? Oh,
you jumped. You mean you jumped to Marianne ship, right? You went Marianne early on.
No. We endorsed him. We endorsed Marianne early in the primary on struggle session, but only as a joke. Only as a joke. It was kind of scary because some people started taking it, getting really serious about it, like early on. Marianne, even though I really do like her, I'm not sure if she was what the country needed at the time, but she was probably better than Biden.
Probably.
Absolutely.
I mean, like there's no question. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. You see, this is what I'm saying. I saw Katie. Wait, where'd it go? This is a good sign. The chat is moving so quickly. I saw Katie trash Rule 4 different times. That's what I'm saying. So people, this is access, guys. Like if you're a hardworking person in the independent media, it's almost like you're like 1/10 of what a corporate media person is. If you have access, I don't want to say that. And I'm blessed that I got those hookups. Anyway. If you're not doing The Hill and your own show and Useful Idiots, it's not because of a lack of talent. I'm calling myself out on that one. Okay. Oh, we got another. Oh, Tony Sparks. Yeah. Okay. So let's just play this. Where were we? Okay. So here's Amo Bernie responding.
Forces on the Hill say negotiations are basically done. Now lawmakers are crossing T's and dotting I's, making sure the $900 billion in aid does what it is intended to do. But were the compromises worth it? Joining me now is Independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Senator Sanders, thank you so much for being here. I had Mark Warner on my show yesterday. I know Hallie had him on her show earlier today. He said the same thing. I want to play you one of those bites.
We have in our unemployment the bipartisan plan.
You see what I mean about platypus? Uncute platypus?
People who were firing from their unemployment the day after Christmas. It included the 16 weeks for the gig workers, independent contractors, and it included a full 16 weeks of a $300 a week plus up. We thought that was very important to those people most in need. I think because the president and even some folks that call themselves progressives wanted stimulus checks more important than that assistance. You had to take it out of some pot, and I'm afraid that the relief for the unemployed may be a shorter period of time.
Fuck you. Sorry, I say that affectionately and with a lot of respect.
Is that the essential problem here?
Is
that back
Hold on. Is that the end of the clip?
Our sources on the Hill say,
yeah.
Oh, here. Sorry, no, I cut him off.
Some progressives wanted
People who call. So wait, I'm sorry. Mark Warner is now the arbiter of progressivism. Like, fuck you. Like, make a better argument. Say that he's like obstructive. Say, and what is it? Like, perfect is the enemy of the good. But you're honestly gonna question like Sanders' progressive bona fides? What? I mean, you look. No, I won't make an anti-fetus joke. But what is this guy's like super conservative? Someone can look it up and tell me. This is how Katie Halper Show does journalism.
He was one of the, do you remember last year when Bernie got like about 6 Republican senators to vote against the Yemen war?
Yeah.
Mark Warner was one of the Democrats who voted for the Yemen war so that Bernie's measure wouldn't, yeah.
Oh, so he's like really bad. He's not just like sketchy, like, oh, he's just, like, he's pro child starvation.
He's Hyde Camp bad.
Yeah. All right. Ugh. Fucking, he is a stain on platypi all over.
Stimulus checks more important than that assistance. You had to take it out of some.
Doesn't he look like what's that Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? What's that movie? With do you know what I'm talking about?
Dick Van Dyke is in it.
Yes, he kind of looks like the bad character. Is played by Dick Van Dyke or by Burgess Meredith or something. Anyway, sorry, we'll get to that. Jesus Christ. All right.
Our sources on the Hill say negotiations.
$300 a week plus up. We thought that was very important to get to those people most in need. I think
means testing, right?
The president and even some folks that call themselves progressives wanted stimulus checks more important than that assistance. You had to take it out of some pot, and I'm afraid that the relief for the unemployed may be.
What's that statue behind him, by the way?
Among some of the Democrats about the progressive wing and the complaint and the pulling of the direct stimulus money from the unemployment.
Look at Bernie's shade below his thing. Hold on. Don't worry, guys.
Unfortunately, I think not an accurate statement on the part of Senator Warner.
Warner.
The truth is that when the negotiators gave up on $160 billion for state and local, the direct payments would be about $150 billion. On top of that, very recently, as I understand it, there is an additional $30 billion. Additional $30 billion going into the small business program. So there was more than enough money to do what obviously should have been done, and that is to make sure that we extend unemployment for 16 weeks. And I'm disappointed that that is not the case. My own view.
Okay, let's see. We got some more.
I think I found a picture of the guy. If you want to add that to the screen at some point.
There he is. Yeah,
is that the guy you're talking about?
Yeah. Doesn't Mark Warner have strong whatever energy?
Yeah.
Apparently, he's called the Child Catcher.
The child.
He has strong child catcher energy.
He has strong child catcher, child starver energy.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Let me just do a.
Oh, we had a super chat from Kill. He said they said talk about buying, saying I'm the only white boy who did it on the NAACP phone call. We talked about that last time.
Yeah. I don't know if you got to that quote, but it was great.
It was weird that he called himself a boy. I remember we mentioned that. That was
Oh my God,
boy.
he's so problematic that he calls himself that.
Yeah. He calls himself boy. Yeah, like he wants people to know that he's the white guy who's down. He always has been trying to push that, and I'm like, I don't think this guy has very many black friends. I've never seen him.
He
have
has
a black...
Obama.
Obama and Corn Pop.
He has his boss. He has his...
right, his
former boss.
Articulate, clean boss, right?
I have a feeling with his son down, he probably wouldn't recognize Obama and probably give him his coat to hang if he saw him.
God, yeah, seriously, yeah. Probably. Well, wasn't that what Harry Reid said about Obama, or was that Teddy
that was
Kennedy?
Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton said it to Ted Kennedy or to Harry Reid?
Hey, no, to Jim Clyburn, that Obama would be carrying his bags or
carrying his bags or drinks or serving them drinks 10 years ago. I thought it was a white on white anecdote, though. I didn't know.
No, it was Jim Clyburn I believe it was Clyburn who endorsed Obama over Hillary Clinton.
Oh, he cited that.
Embarrassing for him not.
I think that story came out though. I don't think Clyburn was involved in it, but I think he cited that maybe. Anyway, we'll go back to it. I'm pretty sure it was a Teddy Kennedy.
No, I'm pretty sure it's Clinton yelling at Clyburn.
Clyburn, really? All right, someone can look it up and let us know. But all right, so let's go to part 2 of Amo. What are you drinking?
Seltzer.
Oh, guys,
I'm drinking
virtuous.
Reese's.
Reese's?
Yeah, it's hemp infused sparkling water.
Oh, I thought it was Reese's Pieces. Okay.
No, it's to calm you down.
Folks, the negotiations are basically done.
Oops, sorry.
Lawmakers are crossing-
Unfortunately.
On the part of Senator Warner.
Warner.
I'm sorry. An additional $30 billion going into the small
Guys, so
business
he's
program.
like the definition of a mensch. I'm sorry. Crotchety mensch. That's what I call him.
People in the chat are saying that hemp water is legit. Is it legit? I thought it was fake.
It has hemp in it and it has water in it, but it does not have the THC in it.
Doesn't it kill like Peruvians or something? Or that's quinoa?
Yeah.
Does the hemp have what's it called? What's the one that calms you down?
CBD?
Yes, it has CBD in it, but not
got it.
THC.
All right.
See, but I've heard CBD was fake. I've heard.
No, I feel
Chat,
that.
let us know, is CBD real or not, please.
By the way, I got Leslie. Do I have permission to respond to a non super chat?
If they're talking trash.
No, it's not talking trash. This is a
of
teachable
course,
moment.
of course.
What's a mensch? A mensch literally means in German and Yiddish a human being, but it's used to say a good person. I mean, it's Bernie. Yeah, Bernie. I mean, Danny DeVito. You don't have to be Jewish to be it. It's a Yiddish word, and German word. But like Danny DeVito, I don't know why he came to mind. He strikes me as a mensch. It's like it's a good person who's not pretentious.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I was drinking bourbon when we started.
Oh,
That
good.
makes you
I feel better now. Yeah, it does. I was drinking. You see, I'm drinking my Oh, God. Now the person is like, I'm not getting a sense of urgency from Katie's parents' house. It's true. But these were on sale, okay? These were on sale. You buy them in bulk. They're on sale. And I just snuck in some Sauvignon Blanc, a very cheap one. This shirt I'm wearing, by the way, is from Sally Ann's, which is what my mom calls what's it called? Salvation Army. Okay. Let's go back. So that's a mensch.
It's a good idea to take money from unemployment insurance. I mean,
look at Bernie.
Look
Look at poor Bernie. I love him. And look at his eyes when she says that. He's such a, all right. He's a crotchety mensch. He doesn't take any bullshit mensch, okay?
It's a good idea
Look at his eyes.
to take money from unemployment insurance. I mean, when you're trying to get money to people who need it most.
For the third time. No. You can't. No, don't ask. You can't play the like woman victim of the crotchety guy yelling on top of you when the premise of your question is pure steaming bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm a Katie, so I can call Katie Tur out on that.
Oh, that's her. Yes. Oh my God.
Go ahead.
You want to respond? Okay.
For the third time.
I'm gonna repeat the talking point, okay? And I may even have a graphic of it.
Not taking
When you were
money.
trying to get people, I'll let you go. Go.
No. No, I'm sorry. By the way, I haven't seen this before. I didn't prepare this, and everyone chime in. But this is infuriating.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Right?
It's annoying. It's annoying as hell.
It's gaslighting.
Is it a good idea to take money from unemployment insurance? I mean, when you're trying to get money to people who need it most.
For the third time.
Hold on. I'm just trying to repeat a right-wing talking point and present it as a logical, fact-based premise. But I'll let you go. Poor Bernie.
Go ahead.
You want to respond? Okay.
For the third time.
This is kind of some no Miki Katie helper energy. Obviously, you know who I identify with in this.
We're not taking
When you were
money.
trying to get people, I'll let you go. Go.
I do like the Jewish on Jewish passive aggressive. Please let me. No, I'll let you talk. All right.
All right. We're not taking money out of unemployment. There is more than enough money, even within the 900 billion, to do 16 weeks of extended unemployment plus the 150 billion for direct payments. It is not, in my judgment, coming from unemployment.
Let me ask you about Senator
Basic
Josh
currency literacy is necessary.
I know.
U.S. government can always go print, and
Yeah,
I'm
right.
not making this
They're
up.
deficit hawks.
There are clips of like Ben Bernanke and Alan, what's his Greenspan
Dershowitz.
saying it. No,
Oh my
Alan
God, I
Greenspan.
can't believe I just said that. Leslie, you got to counsel me.
Yeah.
You're saying that all of you are like.
I know, yeah.
mixed
The U.S.
up.
government has infinite money and it can never run out of money and it'll keep printing. And please avoid.
Yeah.
Please just you should like.
Federal Reserve go burr. Basically.
Exactly.
Yeah. What the hell? Okay, poor Bernie. All right, let's keep going.
Stupid idiot.
Not Bernie. Obviously.
The woman who thinks that the U.S.
Katie Tur.
government is not
Katie Tur.
monetarily sovereign.
It's not, to be fair, it's not, she doesn't think that. She gets the talking points, the same ones that Stephanie Rule gets, and they break them down into. Yeah. But it's infuriating.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a talking points busting. Let's get Josh Marshall to come on the show. Talking points memo. We're allies.
Are we?
Unemployment. The 150 billion for direct payments. It is not, in my judgment, coming from unemployment.
Let me ask you about Senator Josh Hawley. You worked with him to get this money back into this bill. Do you see there being an alliance?
Okay, one talking point. You are taking money away from the unemployment. Okay, that's one talking point.
U.S. government, you can't do that.
Yeah, it's a deficit trolling, deficit hawking, zero-sum game premise that's not based in reality, right? It's a total ideological canard, right?
Yeah, it's BS. It was came from Hayek, who was probably a Nazi sympathizer. So
not Salma Hayek.
No, that other Hayek, the economist Hayek.
Friedrich. How do you pronounce it? Yeah.
Hedrick? Hedrick? Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
And the Angry Inch. Okay, and then we also have you're working with a Republican. Okay, so watch this. Remember, Bernie Sanders. He's
alienating.
He's too far left. He's too extremist. He can't work across the aisle. / he works across the aisle too much.
They're going forward. Do you plan on working with him in the future?
Well, look,
Meanwhile, Biden waxes poetic about segregationists.
Yeah.
I've never seen him asked about this.
But they
anyone
were
but Kamala
Democrats.
Harris. By Kamala Harris, yeah.
But they were Democrats.
That's true. Party unity.
You worked with him to get this money back into this bill. Do you see there being an alliance there going forward? Do you plan on working with him in the future?
Well, look, I have throughout my political life worked with anybody when we shared a common purpose. I've worked with very conservative Republicans on civil liberties issues. I work with Senator Mike Lee, very conservative Republican,
on Yemen
to get the U.S. out of the war in Yemen, and I'm delighted to work with Senator Hawley now in making sure that working families get the financial assistance that they need. So I'm
you absolute frauds.
Did they put this in?
Wait, see,
yeah.
So y'all are reacting to this like, wow, they're trying to smear Bernie by tying him to Hawley. I see this and like, wow, this is a promo for Holly.
Holly
This is
Rehab.
this is MS. Look at the slideshow. Look at the slideshow, the loving slideshow that they put together of Josh Hawley. This is MSNBC promoting Hawley over Sanders. They don't
Hawley
want
porn.
They would rather a Republican get credit for getting the money back in the bill than Bernie Sanders get credit for putting money back in the bill. If you watch this clip, you would come around thinking, wow, who's that handsome young man from Missouri or Mississippi, some southern state? Yeah, he's just he's from one of them, but
Missouri.
But he's a super conservative, racist who like has a staffer that follows like socialists and stuff, so he can like repeat our talking points.
On top of it,
but I mean, yeah, good.
He's a dangerous one because he's gonna be like a Marie Le Pen type of what do you call it? Fascist, corporatist, whatever you want to call them. And so what the Democratic Party is not going to realize is they're going to have like somebody like Pete. And then when you have somebody who's less pro-austerity than Pete Buttigieg, then it's going to be the way you ring in the full-blown fascism.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. I want to give a shout out to Tim. I always forget his last name. Tim, the Jeb Bush guy, who is from Boulder, Colorado, talks like this and was talking about how great it was that Mayor Pete. Want to call out Mayor Pete for, people forget 10 years ago how hard it was for gay kids to have role models.
Tim Miller.
Yeah. How old was Mayor Pete 10 years ago? And what was his job at the time?
Was he in Somaliland or something?
Afghanistan. The idea that people knew who the fuck this guy was and that he was like an important representation person. Anyway, but all right, let's keep watching this.
I have, throughout my political life, worked with anybody when we shared a common purpose. I've worked with.
I'm watching this again to see if he looks handsome. You're right. He's not attractive, but he.
I worked with Senator Mike Lee, very conservative Republican, to get the U.S. out of the war in Yemen.
These aren't the pictures you pick if you want to embarrass him. His
face
just looks like that.
Yeah.
He just looks like a dope. Those aren't.
Those are flattering photos of him.
That they need. So I'm prepared to work with anybody.
Look how swarthy they make Bernie look, by the way.
Look at that. Just look at the comparison of those two pictures.
Yeah.
That choice between those two pictures. Who are you trying to make look good? Who are you trying to make look bad?
Yeah. I appreciate that they are highlighting Bernie's olive tones as opposed to his red tones, right? That's a step in the right direction. Okay. I also do appreciate that Holly is like a 12th of his age, has more wrinkles in his forehead than Bernie.
On a given issue. Obviously, broadly speaking, politically, Senator Hawley and I probably disagree on everything. But when senators can come together around a particular issue, in this case, providing desperately needed assistance, working families, I'll work with anybody on that.
I mean, it's also it should be an indictment for anyone who didn't have a corporate media lobotomy. It would be of how bad the Democrats are when you have to go there.
Yeah, and
let's go back to unemployment real fast. So.
She's so mad. She's so mad. She still has to talk to Bernie. Let's talk about employment real fast.
Yeah. Let's just go back to that other talking point that I don't totally follow or understand, but I'm just going to pivot back and forth between those two.
Are you saying there will be 16 weeks of unemployment insurance? That what Mark Warner was saying yesterday isn't totally correct?
No.
What kind of question is that? Are you saying that isn't totally correct?
That's not what I'm saying. I think they may have, for whatever reason, decided to put substantial new money into the PPP program, the program for small business, and maybe taking money out of the unemployment fund. I think they're down to, I'm not quite sure about this, it probably changes every minute. I think they may be down to 11 and 12 weeks right now rather than 16. I certainly want to see.
I mean, why don't they just say, like, Bernie, how many times a week do you beat your wife?
Like, why are you trying to take money from unemployment?
Yeah, like, and come on, like, why are you not trying to take? National endowment. Okay, for example, like, what, like the U.S. funds, like, I kid you not, all these like Holocaust denial news channels in Eastern Europe, like Radio, and you can take money from that. Like that's probably like 4 billion. And like, why is she pitting two things that are not in conflict against each other?
Right. Yeah, it's the divide and conquer and zero sum. Okay, let's see.
Did they hate Bernie Sanders before they blamed him for ruining Hillary's chances or being a spoiler? Or,
TPP.
did it start with, what was that?
It started with TPP, and
Okay.
MSNBC is owned by Comcast.
Okay.
Well, also, do you remember, by the way, we got to look at this. I just want to give Obama a shout out and Jimmy Fallon a shout out for collaborating on a Slow Jam the News about TPP.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And the best part about it is it did fail. Like,
Yeah.
It did. TPP
Yeah.
was defeated. I remember.
Despite Jimmy Fallon, right?
Yeah, at the DNC, there were more TPP signs from people walking around the streets than there were Hillary Clinton signs in 2016. People were mad about TPP and did not want it to happen. And I think that really, hurt Hillary Clinton.
It's like the NAFTA. It was the NAFTA 2016.
Yeah, it was the new NAFTA, and like they view NAFTA as a very destructive force in several of those states that Hillary Clinton needed to win, and well, it did not work out for them.
Yeah.
16 weeks. But let me also say this. What President-elect Biden has made clear is that in his judgment, this bill is a down payment. That one of the very first things that his administration will do when they take office is to move aggressively to expand upon what we are doing right here. And that, I would hope, means extended unemployment. I would hope it would mean more direct payments to working families in this country. It would mean state and substantial help for state and local government, among many other things.
Senator Bernie Sanders.
I think I'm gonna start doing a character that's just like MSNBC prep woman, where I just send the talking points over. That could be fun, right? I cut him into the videos.
Oh, yeah.
Remember Andy Dick did that video where he was playing Bush's speechwriter?
Yeah.
It's a really good conceit when you like mix something fictional with. It's kind of like, did you guys see the movie Uncut Gems? I know you did.
Yeah. Yes.
I love the way they did that. They combined real sports footage with the fictional script, which I at the time didn't know because I don't know anything about sports, so I didn't realize that was a real game. Such a good movie, though.
Yes, yeah.
I
have to tell you, if you like Uncut Gems, you gotta see this new movie that's about to come out called White Lie. It stars Casey Roll from Hannibal. We just had her on the Struggle Session podcast at sesh.plus, by the way. But if you like Uncut Casey, the name of the movie is White Lie, and it stars Casey Roll, Kacey Rohl, Rohl. She's in Hannibal, great show. She's also in The Killing too. You've seen her in
she plays a schoolmate of hers. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. You bring that up willingly because you have absolutely invisibilized me and The Killing. We'll get back to that another
because
time.
I have not watched The Killing yet, but we did talk to her about Hannibal. So if you like Uncut Gems, look out for that movie.
I will.
White Lie, everyone. And
Sorry.
And with that, Kate, I do have to go because I do.
Oh, yeah, you did promise. Yeah.
I do have homework to do, but
thank you so much for coming
nice
out.
talking to you, Isha. Thank you so much, everyone. On Sesh.plus, check us out. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, Leslie.
Good night, Leslie.
Sorry. So can we do a Clyburn clip?
Sure.
Oh, Trevor, do you need to go?
In a couple of minutes, but I'll watch the Clyburn clip.
I mean, you want to watch him because there's nobody is more progressive than Jim Clyburn.
At all.
Quickly, the defense bill veto
Oh my God, I love
the
this
president
guy.
is promising. How quickly will there be an attempt to override that veto in the House, sir?
Well, we would attempt to do so right away in the House. Now, I say attempt to do so because a lot of people who voted for this bill now are saying that they may vote to sustain a presidential veto.
Thank God.
It's not surprising to me that these people want to defund the Department of Defense. And that's effectively what they'll be doing here, is defunding the Defense Department.
Yeah.
What's wrong with defunding
interesting
the
phrase.
Well,
you picked there,
listen to this.
Congressman, and I think it was done on purpose. I see what you're doing there. We shall see what happens. Congressman Clyburn, sir, thank you for coming on and sharing your
What was he
perspective.
saying? He did
Here,
on
let me
purpose?
see. Yeah, let me show you this.
That these
Ready?
people want to saying that they may vote to sustain a presidential veto. It's not surprising to me that these people want to defund the Department of Defense. And that's effectively what they'll be doing here, is defunding the Defense Department.
Yeah.
That's just terrible.
It's an
That's
interesting
the only
phrase you picked
department
there,
that-
Congressman, and I think it was
Wait, I
done
got it. Hold on.
purpose.
Let's be just silence until the end of it. Sorry. I just have to get it played. You got to see it in one fell swoop.
And
Okay.
that's effectively what they'll be doing here, is defunding the Defense Department.
Yeah. It's an interesting phrase you picked there, Congressman, and I think it was done on purpose. I see what you're doing there. We shall see what happens. Congressman Clyburn,
So
sir, thank you
cute.
for coming on and sharing
You're
your
so
perspective with
cute.
us.
I know, and there's smugness.
We get that.
Like the Defense Department is
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
the
sure
most
did.
murderous
Go ahead.
department in America, in the world. So I it's like,
Quickly, the
sorry.
No. Who is this guy at the end, by the way? Sorry. I just want to look.
Todd.
No. At the end. Wait,
Thank
watch.
you.
Hold on.
I thought you would get that.
Oh, wait, by the way, that's so. Did you guys hear that part?
Yes.
I thought you would get that. Yeah.
doing there.
Not even that
We shall
clever.
see what happens. Congressman Clyburn, sir, thank you for coming on and sharing your perspective with us.
I'll go watch the next person.
Thank you. I thought you would get that.
Oh,
That looks like
I thought the
Yeah,
military.
sure did. Still ahead.
That is so adorable. Two men joking about how defund the police and defund the Defense Department
yeah.
are radical, and it's so cute that he goes after both of them, and that's why we love him. Trevor,
Yeah.
what do
I'm
you?
so
What do
proud
you?
of it.
I know. Anyone have any observations? I was just trying to. I was trying to throw it to Trevor because Esha and I talk a lot.
No, it was just I'm basically it's kind of interesting how he doesn't even kind of take it as a real stance, I mean a real serious stance to defund the police. It's very, I mean, it makes me wonder as far as this Biden presidency, what we're in for, because I feel like any sense we had of moving the Overton window to the left has been really, this has been a real I don't want to call it a mandate because there wasn't enough votes to make it a mandate, but I feel like they're treating it like one, like this is a declaration in their mind that people want to move to the center more than ever and to the corporate more than ever. You know, there was a short period of time, especially when Bernie seemed like he really had a chance of winning it, and the right around the time when COVID just started, where it really seemed like this could be the real chance to move it to radical language. People were talking about defund the police left and right, and I feel that Biden has really kind of given these people a new level of smug and a new level of, we really are going to do nothing. Like, better things really aren't possible, you know? Like, and it's a little depressing, but
Yeah, it's really depressing. Yeah.
yeah. And now they get to say, because of the whole Clyburn in South Carolina and the vote, that, hey, this is what black people want. You know, if you make black people the face of voting for Biden, and Biden and Clyburn and all these people are so unradical and so don't want to defund the police, now you get people like Neera Tanden, who was in someone's mentions, who was criticizing Biden, saying, well, I guess you don't talk to black people, but this is what black people wanted, you know, like, which is very disingenuous, because when does she ever care what black people want?
Whenever
Unless,
they're saying the exact same neoliberal thing that she's saying.
exactly.
It's so gross. Yeah. And that the fact that they're like, the other thing that's really gross about this is the fact that they're comfortable. They feel comfortable, like
just joking about it.
Yeah, joking about it, like publicly, like making like funny faces at each other. Like have the respect to pander.
Well,
yeah, but
that's the problem. Is that, I'm sorry, Trevor, I didn't mean to do this.
Go ahead.
But the problem is that we're not, like, Americans need to get out of their head that they care a single ounce of a single ounce of like pandering is not necessary, because they don't fear losing power. So think of them more like those like royals in Versailles. I don't know how to like get this into people's head. They just don't care about like even pandering because there's no threat to their power as of now.
I mean, one thing that happens is even a lot of the most supposedly radical figures, at least as far as radical public figures, as soon as push comes to shove, a lot of them will be preaching the same old lesser of two evils talk. So they're always going to have a boogeyman in their mind that's going to force everyone in line. For example, this time around, it was like, hey, what were you going to do? Risk Trump winning? And this may be controversial to say, but I think Democrats and people on the left in general are going to have to really get comfortable with short-term pain if they ever really want to change these people. But I feel like we're in a society where short-term pain is not something that anybody's equipped to deal with, you know? People's lives are too precarious.
Well, yes, but also it's actually assuming that there won't, like, we don't have to assume that the Democrats are going to alleviate anybody's short-term pain. So it's mostly liberals who are unable to, like, whose only, like, sincere belief is, I don't want to feel bad or guilty. And that's why they lash out at the left, because we make them feel like they're bad people, which they are. So why
But I think even a lot of people on the left, you get people on the left that'll be like, liberals will be like, yeah, so I heard you guys are planning to abstain from voting. And then a lot of people on the left will be like, that's not true. We will fall in line.
Yeah, and we got out to vote for Hillary in 20.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I'm going to say then prove to me that voting actually changes something, and you have not. So you don't have to fall for their guilt trip because they're abusing your good side. So you don't take their framing safe. Fuck you. Fuck you. You have not given me an ounce of proof that the Democrats are even like an inch better. Prove it to me, and maybe you'll get affordable access to my vote.
Yeah, exactly.
So I feel like there's a lot of like, you know, this is whatever, woe's me, woe's all anyone who feels like this. We can get over it or figure out a response to it. But there's definitely a lot of like, oh, you're so privileged if you think that, and like fetishizing and monolithizing or whatever of the black vote or the vote of color.
Fall for, okay, do not, like, what they're doing is what I call a drill tweet. They're just like using the same lashing out at the right as left, like racist, sexist, and you don't have to fall for that. You can totally say, fuck you, I'm not going to accept your framing, go fuck yourself. So, and I am super privileged, but fuck you, and I am voting for the people. Sorry, I'm getting so passionate. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm not going to accept the Democrats' stupid, disingenuous framing, and you don't have to either. You literally need to say fuck you. Yes, because they can't do that to the Republicans, because that's what the Republicans do. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
So you don't have to, they are rule policing. They're not more, so you don't have to accept their rules and play, like, they want you to dance to tango. You don't have to.
Yeah. And a lot of leftists I know and respect, like, felt guilt. I think they had like PTSD from Trump winning, and they felt like they were like bad allies, or, you know. So
I don't want to get blamed.
But the thing about it is that if it's systemic, like, then you're back to subscribing to the fact that you actually believe the propaganda that U.S. is a democracy, which is not. So be consistent. If you don't, then voting really should not matter, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people will, like, you know, be in some liberals' mentions, you know, dunking on them, like, you know, 500 replies strong and all this stuff, and say delete your account, you know, this is a bad tweet, you know, and then when the time comes, November 5th or 6th or whatever, they find their inner lib and go and, you know, pull that lever and be like, well, what can we do?
But like I said, I don't think it matters if you pull the lever or not, because the system is like, there are so many checks and balances that I don't care what you do on November 5th, because it really,
I agree with you.
You're so naive. Like, people are naive to think that it would change a single thing. We had like videos of Evo Morales saying that, Putin saying that, like, nothing changes the policy. So yeah, sorry. This is like one thing, like, people on the left accepting liberal framings just irritate me so much.
Oh yeah. And that's what emboldens the the Clyburns of the world. You know, he's
Yeah.
like, you know, you guys will complain 364 days of the year, but as long as the 365th day you guys vote them, we're good.
Yeah. You guys have to be I should have you guys as a regular panel as like a de-brainwashing.
Oh yeah.
I also want to do a weekly woke washing, unwoke washing, where we go through something and you know, reveal how sordid it is, and like the,
Oh yeah,
that would be good, right?
and there's always gonna be something every week. I feel like we're gonna get a big return to wokeness now that Trump is out of office.
I know. I mean, we've seen it we got to keep track of this. So we got the famous Jonathan Martin tweeting that the Sunrise Movement is picking a fight with the most powerful, most influential Black staffer. What else do we have? Oh, Richmond, yeah, who T exposed in real time last week. What else is there? I'm trying to think of other examples. Oh, the Mayor Pete, like, let's celebrate him because he's gay.
Oh yeah, of course.
She's like, we can celebrate that he's gay and also say he's terrible and also had policies. Oh, did you know about this? That he had some like transportation related thing that killed a young Black child?
Yeah,
it was a smart censor.
Why isn't that a bigger thing? Like, why? I guess we know why. I'm so stupid and naive. Yeah, it's just disgusting. Like, wouldn't they have made Biden? Okay, again, there was a time, remember, when like Bill Clinton went on Arsenio Hall and like played the saxophone, where like people tried to pander in a way that I guess that's just like they don't have time for it anymore.
Yeah, they
it's
don't
not as precarious.
fear anything.
Yeah, they don't fear anything. But you would have thought that maybe Biden would have been like, you know what, let's put him on something that's not transportation.
But they don't care. I mean, what do they have to worry about? They
Right, 'cause they
won.
serve the state, right?
Yeah, this is like dancing at Versailles, and this is also basically like, who's the goal? Like, was it Citibank or JP Morgan that vetted, or whatever? Whoever picked the cabinet is like, they're doing it in their best interest.
Yeah. We just have to call it all out because they're going to constantly do that and pretend that you're homophobic if you don't like Mayor Pete, you're racist if you don't like Cedric Richmond.
Yeah, but you don't have to feel guilty about that at all. Just ignore it. Like, imagine how you'd feel if, like, I don't know, somebody PragerU said you're racist for not liking Candace Owens. So that's what you need to get in your psychology. If they call you racist, just say, "Oh, ha ha ha." Is that and then
great optic?
Then just block them, delete them, whatever you can.
White leftist laughs in face of people calling her racist. Okay,
I'm not white.
No. I'm predicting what if I take that advice. Okay, let's see. All right.
I mean, the thing with them is they have no good faith argument anyway. So
I know.
whether you do fall in line or not, they'll still. I mean, look at Bernie. Bernie, after dropping out, he played ball so well, and what happened? Like, no cabinet position, nothing.
Exactly. Well, okay. I'm gonna make a Cold War analogy, which is like the unions. They purged the actual left from the unions in the 1940s, and guess what? Without having the actual left, the unions all like betrayed the working class. So it'll come back to bite. Like they're going to villainize you no matter what. So you might as well be full out there.
Yeah.
For real. I am about to get going because I warned Katie ahead of time.
He did. Yep.
Yeah, I warned her ahead of time. I'm really tired. So people in the chat are bothering me for not talking. I warned Katie I was very tired today.
But also, you talked a lot, and you have nuggets. Your nuggets bursting with info. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Isha, is nice talking to you.
Thank you. And we're gonna have you on. Remember your regular Google alert section?
Oh yeah. All the good stuff that falls under the radar. That'll be fun.
Yeah.
All right, guys, be good.
Bye, Trevor. You too. So let's watch. Let's see. We got some more media clips. You on some? How would you like some? You like some ramen, your Emmanuel?
Sure, but I'm gonna go crazy with the Democratic Party, and I'm not gonna be able to hold my temper, and all your audience is gonna think I'm not.
No, they're gonna like it.
Okay.
Oops! Wait, can you hear it? Sorry,
no, I can't even see it or hear it.
I forgot to. This is a much better system, though. I gotta say. I thanks Maria, thanks Brad for helping make this happen. Basically, just a little cheat sheet is that if you're using StreamYard, you want to make a Google presentation or some kind of presentation. Some other people use like Keynote, because what you don't want to do is, Esha, what's your Twitter? Put it in your Just take out I would take out. Oh, you have that whole thing? See, people can't click on it anyway. So I would just maybe do your Twitter and then.
I see. Okay, I'll fix it.
Oh yeah, just a public service announcement. You may want to do that because the problem with StreamYard otherwise is that you have to, every time you open a new window or you click on a new link, you have to tell it again to screen share. So this way you're already within that program. Anyway, a little shout out for some tips. But after I said that, let's see if this even works. Okay.
The question for Democrats is, how do they keep their enthusiasm high now that Donald Trump is leaving office?
You know, I think part of what we're seeing in Georgia is an indication of that. I think you've got a lot of energy. Organizers are leading the way down there in Georgia. We have a lot of establishment folks outside and in the Beltway following the lead of these organizers. You've seen record turnout in the first couple of days of early vote, record registrations. And I think part of that hopefully will lead to the Democrats understanding that we're better and stronger when we all work together. I, unfortunately, am not pleased with the bill that was negotiated for a lot of reasons. And I think you're going to help progressives talk about the fact that that $600 payment is just not enough as we go into January. It is lower than the median rent in most states, if not all across the country. And so I think the real question going forward, George, is who will the Biden White House serve? Will they serve people first, or will they serve special interests? And I think there's still a lot to be seen as we continue to fill out these positions, as we continue to see what the balance of power is going to look like going forward in the Senate.
George Emanuel, what's the answer to that?
Well, two things. I want to pick up one thing on what Governor Christie said. I actually think there's a division here between Mitch McConnell's interests and Donald Trump's interests. Mitch McConnell obviously needs, as does Joe Biden for different reasons, Georgia to fall one way towards the Republicans. Joe Biden obviously needs it to fall
Freudian slip. Freudian
slip. Not a killing field for his agenda. But I think there's a deep part of Donald Trump that wants to see these two Republican senators go down. You show that without me on the ticket, you guys can't win. You're not worth diddly. And I'm not sure that Donald Trump is interested in seeing the two senators in Georgia win. There may be a part of his motivation to prove a point here on his way out. To Yvette's point, and I think there's a strategy that the Biden administration or the incoming administration is focusing. They know that there's a constraint, and Joe Biden's been and Kamala Harris between them have about 45 years of work in the U.S. Senate, not counting even the staff there.
He's such an annoying voice.
They know there's limitations and boundaries on what you can get done when it's so divided. So
no, you're a terrible person with
you're
an
making
agenda.
up. There's not like anytime
technocracy dressed up as
there's literally nothing that's
ideology dressed up as technocracy. Yeah,
it's BS.
Also, he left the decomposing fish on someone's doorstep.
Oh yeah, and then he also there was that immigration bill that he forced. He lost the 2006 House race or 2004.
Yeah, and then of course he covered up the execution of McCall McDonald, and he made Obama, according to, not that you can be made to do this, but he really pushed Obama to do the kill list.
And he is also working for a hedge fund, so I have no idea why we have to listen to him.
Yeah, the whole family's a rotten. He and his two brothers are terrible.
Wasn't his dad or somebody in his family involved in the really far right extremist organization in Israel, like Haganah or something like that?
Probably, I wouldn't be surprised. And he has another brother who's a doctor, and another one is like a lawyer that Entourage is based on.
Okay.
No.
Therefore, the cabinet is.
Okay, now we got one more. He was a ballet dancer, which is like the coolest thing about him.
Some overtures, very clearly.
Allegedly.
Being the party, knowing that very well on the policy front, it's going to be constrained by what you can do because of the Senate and divided. And one of the things that they're going to have to focus on, and I think this is interesting, is in this election, you saw Republican states vote for progressive things like Florida did for the minimum wage, Missouri did for expanding Medicaid. Those are indications that if you do a rifle shot approach, don't overshoot what you can get. Rifle shot approach, you can get a progressive agenda, and Republican states and Republican voters can support it if it's not overly ambitious, but targeted and specific.
Sarah Fagan,
like a drone strike.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, well said.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, I mean, they're not that. I mean, they're
Right,
targeted
what-
and
what they're
specific,
supposed
but
to
not
be, yeah.
accurate.
Yeah. And now for people who are upset because we only pick on Democrats, I wanted to extend this olive branch, this
The
mistletoe
Republicans just
branch.
don't get my bile the same way. I don't
Well,
know.
they don't, because we all know they're terrible. Like we all know, no one's pretending that Fox News is good. No one's pretending that Republicans are. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I understand that. It's like, why would we? This is like this is a given. So, but sometimes they're entertaining. So, do you guys remember these guys? These two people. They were from the Real World, like one of the first reality TV shows, Boston. Rachel Campos, and she was good friends with Pedro, who, it's not funny, he died of HIV related illness, but she came from a very homophobic, like Cuban American, your favorite, Esha family. And this is how I think they met. And now he was a congressman, also a Fox News guy, obviously. And they spoke at like the RNC. And yeah, okay.
And by the way,
can you see? Am I playing it?
Yeah.
Okay. This is them on Fox and Friends.
And by the way, if these closures continue, Brian, and the government gives these workers a check for a little while, they're going to have checks for the rest of their life because there won't be any bars and restaurants to go back to work in. They're all going to be closed. We're all going to be forced to be on, the government dole forever because they're crushing these small businesses
Maybe that's
that
the
won't
goal.
come back.
Maybe that's the goal.
Maybe.
You like this?
Maybe it is. That's what they're doing in China. They're consolidating power even more. Whatever little bit of free market was left over this pandemic, Chairman Xi has consolidated and made it less so because the middle class has always been the most unruly, feisty group, and that's who you have to control.
Oh my God. Okay, markets are fake, and it was created like that's really stupid. Gosh, this is stupid. I don't know what to say.
I mean, I love the way they're like cheering each other on. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. So we don't need to give people money. The nice thing about this is like, here's what gives me a lot of hope in the power of unity, which is that like you can be a Republican or a Democrat. You can be MSNBC or Fox News, and you share a message of utter disregard and contempt for people who are not privileged, who you won't run into at dinner parties. And you go through these amazing, they're almost genius justifications. And it's really beautiful. So I think that speaks to the like post-partisan nature of class hatred.
Oh, absolutely. It's and you can see this like in a lot of the foreign policy reporting, like when they call Maduro supporters thugs and the opposition like opposition as opposed to people who blow up stuff. There's like so much racism right there, and it's like so you'll see it, but most Americans won't recognize that these racist people are being racist in Venezuela too, which is of course something you'd expect.
Yeah, but no, they think like they know they can point to one Venezuelan, so they know what the people think.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. 1 second. Let's see something. What's the take? Whoops. Everyone, while I'm doing this, please like this. Please support the show on Patreon. That's patreon.com/The Katie Halper Show. Again, it's patreon.com/The Katie Halper Show. By the way, you guys got Bodhi. I don't know if you guys know about Bodhi, my parents' dog. She got groomed the other day, and you guys, I didn't even realize it, but you guys got a sneak peek because she had this cute little bow, and she then like shook it off because she can't stand it. And so you guys got to see her before it was shaken off. So this is another reason that it's great to watch the show live or watch it later. Hold on, I'm trying to send Maria a really good clip that I think will be great to watch. Here you go. Everyone, shout out to Maria, shout out to Brad. Make sure that you what we need a good hashtag for this. Katie Help Show. I mean, that's what I use sometimes. Hashtag KTHALPSHOW. What do you think? You like that? Is that good?
Well, I don't know if it's like intuitive. So why not just use Katie Helper and let's keep it simple.
All right. Does that sound like egotistical?
I don't know.
You don't know, yeah. I'm going to go out. I'm going to go crazy. I'm going to do something where I go out of the presentation. Maria, is that a good idea? Okay, refresh the slide, the whole slide or the whole show or what? Let's see. Wait, which thing do you not think is loading? I have the B clip, but I sent you another one. Did you see the struggle one? The last one? Yeah. The struggle one? Yeah. I'll show that now unless it's in there. I'll show it because it's before the Biden one. Okay. See, I'm not even, I think that no one cares that I have this thing going on. I felt very defensive about interacting, breaking that fourth wall, but I was watching some other shows and they all do it.
Yeah, no, everyone breaks fourth wall because it's hard sometimes.
Slash all the time, but yeah, let's see. 1 second, please. I got it. All right. This is Sean Duffy. Remember that guy who we just saw? How would you summarize his argument? His argument is like, you like slobs aren't going to be going out to eat or drink, so your bar tab is going to be lower. So just like take the money that you have in your savings, obviously. I mean, that's his argument, right?
Yeah.
Which you'll see why it's so rich in 1 second. No pun intended. Okay. Remember, he was a congressman and a Fox News guy.
It's good. But 174,000. That's 3 times. That's 3 of my families. Yeah. 3 times what I make.
Yeah. Oops.
I didn't vote. I understand, but how did this get so out of line? $174,000 a year for a congressman? Yeah.
So did you move the country's salaries?
I did. Well, our budgets, I moved to cut by 5%. I did. You know what? I have no problem. Let's have a movement of foot. I walked into a job 6 weeks ago. That I worked incredibly hard. And I
This needs subtitles, but I'll tell you.
Most of you, I guarantee, have more debt than all of you. I still pay
So
off
stop having fucking 6 kids. Sorry.
If you think I'm living high in the hog, I got 1 paycheck. So I struggle to meet my bills right now. Would it be easier for me if I get more paychecks? Maybe. But at this point, I'm not living high in the hog. I have no problem. You know what? I think we should all take a step back and go.
Piece of shit guy. And by the way, I'm not taking a kind of Malthusian view on this, but like, honestly, you don't have to have 6 kids. If you're like, he's not, I don't mind. Am I allowed to Malthus shame him because he's like a powerful guy?
No, the problem
can I apply it like selectively?
No, the problem is not the 6 kids. It's the problem is that his debt is not real because some like oil company is going to pay it off for him. Honestly, look up his tax records or even like some conflict. And I bet you he worked as a lobbyist.
Right.
So his debt is fake. And
you're right. I shouldn't Catholic shame or
and no matter how many kids you have, it's not usually like it's usually used for like racist purposes, like to get rid of
but that's why I feel like comfortable doing it this way because he's a reactionary white guy. But it's a slippery slope. I understand. By the way, then he resigned from Congress because he couldn't really deal with it financially.
And then did he become a lobbyist?
Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, probably.
Hold on, I'm listening to a video. He said he resigned after being elected to his 5th term in Wisconsin. After 8.5 years, the time has come for me to focus more on the reason we fight these battles, family.
Lobbying. Okay.
He was a Tea Party dude.
Koch brothers.
Yeah. Oh, wait, that's actually not nice. I shouldn't make fun of it. He had a baby, a baby that had a heart condition. But
he went to lobbying after that.
Recently, we've learned that our baby due in late October will need even more love, time, and attention due to complications, including a heart condition. With much prayer, I've decided that this is the right time for me to take a break from public service in order to be the support my wife, baby, and family need right now. It is not an easy decision because I truly love being your congressman, but it's the right decision for my family, which is my first love and responsibility. But the problem is that like no one else. Okay. I will on September 23rd, I will step down and allow others to step forward to begin laying out their own vision and plans for leading this beautiful district and the most honest, hardworking, family-oriented, patriotic, and God-fearing constituents in America. But like the other prior to his time in Congress, Duffy served as a district attorney for 8 years, competed in lumberjack competitions, and starred on a season of MTV's The Real World. Oh my God. So then Sean Duffy is right to put his family first during this tough time. And Jackie and I will keep them in our prayers. Rep. Tom Emmer, Republican, Minnesota, the chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, said in a statement, the district is a Republican stronghold, and whoever the Socialist Democrats nominate will be forced to answer for their party's radical agenda of open borders, socialized health care, and a lust for impeaching President Trump. So, okay, that's not good. That's sad, obviously. But he's a terrible person who wanted other people to make sacrifices that he didn't want to make when he was trying to cut the budget and crying about how little he made.
Yeah.
Anyway, I do love the way the couple supports each other, though.
Yes.
Very cute. Anything else that we should make? Hold on. Let me just see. Let's see. Oh, crap. Poor Hollywood. That he has to drive. So by the way, because that was hard to hear. So here's what he said in that.
But was he working? Okay, let me just Google the lobbyist part. I'm sorry. We don't want to feel too much sympathy for.
No, I don't want. Oh yeah, definitely. No, but I'm talking about the bullshit he said. He said he has to drive a minivan, more debt, and struggles to pay the bills on $174,000 a year, which is 3 times. Well, was it 3 times the salary of one of the constituents? He resigned as Ashland County DA before campaigning.
Okay, Sean Duffy joins the lobbying firm after leaving Congress. As I said, it's a Fox News. He will serve as senior counsel for BGR Group, a lobbying firm, and it will head up financial services practices. So he's lobbying for hedge funders probably. And yeah. Oh my God. The firm's lobbyist clients include Comcast, Pfizer, as well as the government of Bahrain. Wonderful.
Oh, that's great.
Okay, so yeah, like they're not human, so we should stop treating them as human. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I don't think I was trying to do that. I was trying to.
No, you were not. But I was just getting bored by like the minutia of his life, like which I don't care about because the important part is that he quit Congress and became a lobbyist.
Right. Yeah. Right. But pretend it was for his. Okay. Let's see.
Lobbying for Bahrain, death squads, lobbying for really the most horrific Comcast, Pfizer, probably all these like drug experimentations they're doing in Africa. So yeah, he's not human. So try not to treat him that way.
Open Secrets says Duffy's minimum net worth is $837,984
or whatever. But I'm sure the Prince of Bahrain can like yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he is reported liability. Anyway. He's terrible. He's really bad.
Can we move on to India so that?
Yeah. Oh, I totally forgot that this is what we were going to talk about. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I want to talk about like
the last thing. Okay. The last thing though, but that was our media section. The last thing is that he supports across the board cuts for all public employees. That was when he was complaining about his salary. Okay. Yes. Let's go to India. Wait, I want to play one last thing. Then we'll go to India. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. Just, I'm sorry that Trevor isn't here to see this because we were talking about how great he is on, Biden is on race stuff. Okay. Okay.
Look at what they value and look at their budget and what they're proposing. Romney wants to he said in the first 100 days, he's going to let the big banks once again write their own rules. Unchain Wall Street. They're going to put you all back in chains.
A little bit of too much license. Anyway.
I mean, Sure, whatever.
All right, I know you don't like the personal minutia, whatever. I find it entertaining. Okay, so let's go. Let's go to the important substantive stuff.
I know with the it's just that there's like only like I can only handle the minutia for like about 30 minutes and then I go crazy because these are all horrible ghouls who need to be dehumanized as much as possible.
Yeah, agree. Okay.
And America, like everyone has like this politician humanization fetish where they think that they're their best friends or whatever. And yeah.
Okay. So tell us about what the hell is happening about India, which is something that is not getting any coverage. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I need a people schedule. When is Richard Medhurst live? When is everyone live? Someone needs to do a people schedule. Okay. All right. Keep going. Go.
Okay. So basically in India, like right after independence, India was originally supposed to be like a socialist country, like a market socialist country. And so what happens in America, as we know, is that if let's say you're a farmer and Walmart wants to buy tomatoes from you, they're going to go to you, say, hey, Katie farmer, how much are you going to pay? How much are the tomatoes going to cost? You're going to say $1. And then I'll go to, hey, Trevor farmer, how much are you going to pay want us to pay for the tomatoes? Katie farmer is giving us the tomatoes for $1. Can you give it to us for 95 cents? And then you guys are going to be bidding off of each other. And then both of you are going to be using slaves in a little while in order to sell tomatoes for the price that Walmart allows you to sell, right? That's the free market.
Okay, say that once more. Sorry, I want to make sure everyone got that.
Okay, so let's say in America.
I'm tweeting out that you're talking to us about India, so that's why. If you're really telling.
Okay, so in America, this is how things work. Let's say you're a farmer and you're making tomatoes. What's going to happen is a big supplier like Walmart, who's basically has a monopoly on the customer market, is going to come to you, Katie farmer, all individual, and say, hey, Katie, how much are you selling your tomatoes per pound? And you say $1. Then me, ghoulish Walmart, will go to farmer Trevor and then say, hey, Katie's selling her tomatoes for $1 a pound. Can you beat her? And so he's going to sell his tomato for 95 cents a pound. And then when you go through the same free market iteration for like 10 cycles, both of you are going to be down to selling your tomatoes for 35 cents. You're going to have to fire some farm hands and then like maybe use some slaves. And it's just going to be a race to the bottom where me, Walmart, is going to get richer while you, farmer, is going to get poorer. And then maybe your farm's going to go under and Monsanto is going to buy it. And then, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in order to prevent that from happening way around independence, what India has is called an agricultural produce market, where they ban people like Walmart from directly negotiating with farmers. So each state has to create their own little market where they basically they're like the state's coming and saying, yo, big store, you can't play the farmers off of each other. The farmers collectively have decided that they're going to charge $1 for the tomatoes, and you don't get to pick which farmer, but here are the tomatoes you ordered, and you're going to have to deal with us. And that's pretty good for the farmer because they're not competing against each other. They're not outbidding each other. And the end store, the people who have the end line, what do you call it? The box stores or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they have a monopoly, it's not screwing over the farmer. So that's been the practice since independence and each state has its own market. So it's not a free market, of course. It is a very controlled market. And they make sure there's not too much supply and that the farmers diversify and blah, blah, blah. So it protects the farmer from the free market, I guess. So what Modi wanted to do was liberalize, which is making it more like the American system, where instead of having the agricultural produce market created by the state, you have it created by whatever Walmart, and they're going to then eventually it's going to end up as a race to the bottom, as it has happened in America, where so many family farms have gone bankrupt. So that's what the farmers were protesting. The bill, they wanted, they introduced the bill, but I don't think it has passed yet. And they want to basically, they want the parliament to pull the bill, because the only people it'll help is like big corporations and then Monsanto, of course, or some like big farm, Conagra.
Right.
What I call this is like, you know how they make fun of collectivization under communism? Except under capitalism, you get collectivization with Conagra and Tyson Foods. So it's going to have that same effect as like here, where you get factory farms. And so that is what the protest was. And they got a lot of, and there was the communist. Okay, there are two communist party or more communist parties in India, but this is the Communist Party of India Maoist party. So they organized the whole protest, where the farmers were blocking toll booths, and like other workers were also understanding that this is going to make our food prices go up and all that. And so nearly 500 million people protested, and I believe like the BJP even had to just kind of be like, okay, we're sitting down with the farmers, and
the right wing, like Hindu Nationalist Party.
Yeah, they're the ones who wanted to do like free for all, like with free market, and now they are actually sitting down with the various farmer unions, like as opposed to like in America they never talk to a farmer union, but here they're putting them in the table, and that's why it's not getting covered, except for Bloomberg, which praised the liberalization of the market. And so I guess that's all about the legalese of the bill. And what the organization is, that they organize an all India strike, as in like 1 billion people. So what's great about it is that it's that basically they were being heard. Like you can't have propaganda. And so when it's organic and a protest that is like literally farmers in the US, you get radio silence because they don't want Americans to get ideas.
Right. Not getting a lot. I mean, this should be a huge story, right?
Yeah, it's like probably the biggest protest in human history. But like I said, it's going to open up a big can of worms. I mean, so one good analogy maybe would be in Europe before the European Union. Each country had its own farm market. So farmers, they were all protected. And then like when they made the European common market, basically like Maggie Thatcher like had to go and destroy fishermen's boats and stuff because because it's that's what happened with the common market, is that it helped the big corporations, and it ruined the countryside in England, and it made the food prices go up. So it's like a double whammy.
Arlen Everest says, thanks for introducing me to the cool kids. Of course. Oh wow, this is it. Renato Silva, when 500,000 farmers killed themselves from losing crops, all the red flags went up. India is the only country that tracks suicide by crop failure.
That is also true. A lot of them just ingested pesticide. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
In Andhra, yes, this was like a big epidemic, farmer suicide.
Which also, I guess, happens in much lower numbers here.
Well, the problem is that most farmers don't exist anymore here because they've been kicked out of it. Like, so, yeah, the rural suicide rates are up the roof here too.
Right. Yeah. Zephyr Teachout's book has it early on in it. I can't remember if it starts with it, opens with it, but it's an American farmer shooting himself in the head or something.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what the free market, because basically when the box stores have monopoly power, they can they create the fake market, and so it's to pretend that otherwise is just BS.
What's Luna oil, by the way?
I don't know what Luna oil is.
Someone said it would be a good thing to host. Wait 1 second. Someone also was like, someone said I saw her in the Discord. I told her about this stream. I don't know what that's about. I need Leslie here to be keeping me on the.
I don't even know. Where do you see the comments?
Oh.
Yes, I'm on Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, you put your thing in there already, so I think you're okay.
Okay.
I told you to. What else? Let me see what else. Schaber Dowsky. This is a revolution, sir. The best quote ever. Simple and says it all.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Contact Afro Shah, his Twitter.
Absolutely, I do. And oh my God. I don't know how to. I don't know how to show videos, but
if you send them to me, I can show them, and then I can show you next time how to do it.
Okay.
Eminem. What do you mean I lost your super chat? Tell me what it is. Oh, Luna Oi is a Marxist YouTuber. Oh my God. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. And then other mixed super chats. Let me see. Hold on. Okay, I gotta get to
okay, I'm gonna look him up, and that would be so fun. But it was an iconic meme where they said, he said, "This is a revolution, sir."
Let me read some super chats. Cash Christian, Katie built like a goddamn Cadillac. Thank you. That's a reference to the very nice video that someone made about me from K Hive. Katie Caddy, bought like Cadillac, whatever your name is. Okay. Shadowban refugee gave $5 and said something in Russian. Sparky, Fox News has been controlled opposition for years. Murphy, get this non-participatory observations crap out of here. There are no objective opinions on the most controversial issues of the day.
Okay, I found it, but I think it's in Hindi. But
here, take your time. I'm gonna keep reading these things so you're not rushed, and then in like a minute, tell me, okay? Or do you want me to wait?
No, go ahead. I'm just trying to.
Sparky writes, Western world. Here, I'm gonna go off you so there's not as much pressure. Then give me the thumbs up when you found it. Okay. Sparky writes, Western world's MSM is run by Five Eyes World Intel. Maddie Zubik. I also grew up polka dancing. I'm so enjoying your show lately. Good job, Katie. # force the vote. Thank you. Anthony says, hey, Katie, we had a miscommunicate on Twitter today. I say Sirota and kitchen sink advocates, not pressuring squad, but way I worded it sounded anti-force. Okay, thank you. I will look into that. Ryan Riddick, have any officials come out publicly and verified specific Russiagate campaigns? No. Sparky, at best, MSM is pro wrestling. At worst, it's Five Eyes globalist intel. Olu, okay, we read that. They're all hypocrites. Elizabeth, okay, we read that. Thanks you, Beth, by the way. Sparky, $1 million house is cheap in Southern Cal. Infidelus, I must be a helper simp now. JK, your Russianness is on point. Sparky, Lee Camp isn't a Putin puppet. Putin is a puppet of Lee Camp. That's true. Jim C, for the love of redacted tonight. Oh, I read that already. Progressive Lefty, we already read you. Sage Watson, no Miki is no friend. Shadowban refugees. Lee, something in Russian. Camp in the house. Nil. In Canada, medical is free. We get $2,000 a month COVID money. Olu Odufin, do you think the Biden administration will try to shut down RT America? Damn, I'll ask Lee that and to get back to you. Let me do a screen grab of that. Donnie Nunn, Lee, please briefly inform Katie about the Zeitgeist documentaries and Peter Joseph. Hopefully Peter can come on her show. Talk to him about that. P. Shally, Ayo, I'm a consultant who's worked on the inside. Please investigate precision strategy / Jen Amali Dillon and follow the money. Connect the dots. Thanks. Much love. Okay. You ready to come back? All right. Esha has something for us.
Okay.
Ready?
I sent you the tweet, which the video where the guy says, "This is a revolution, sir."
Okay. Also, Fantomas found the Katie. I'm opening up Vampire Hours on Project A. That's any hour of the night. Okay. I will remind me your Twitter because I know you DM me. But can you put it in here again? All right. Let's see. Okay. So what is this video? Can you please set this up for us? I'm going to send it.
Oh, because
Maria, can you put the Can you add this to the?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So basically some reporter was asking, oh, do you guys intend to start a revolution? And the farmer's like, actually, this is the revolution, sir.
Oh, nice. Okay, we'll watch that in a second.
It might be not in English though, so somebody else watch it just to make sure.
Well, you told, yeah. What else? Lee, okay, I'll ask this to Lee also. Sam K. Lee, did your father being in the Marine shape impact your view on foreign policy, or did you come to it on your own? Love your show. Keep it up. Louise Brooks. Sanctions are White Gloves murder. Horrible. I think I read that one already. Fantomas Fanto. I read that and I asked Lee, right? Oh, yeah. Lee, give us your theory on Palin being for Julian. Maybe not. I'll ask him about that. Sorry about that. S. Zernick. Thank you for your hard work and voices. Thank you. Tony Sparks. Again, thank you. Big Ala Mayo. Katie, Jack, and Lee Camp shooting the breeze together. That is what Sunday nights were made for. Thanks for joining up tonight, Lee. Thank you. I highlighted that. I don't know if I read it out loud. Seaman Stains. Force the vote is synthesis through antagonism. And so the very definition of dialectical materialism, Marxist theory of historical development. Doris smarter than all the smarty pants Marxists. Adam Wayne. Thanks for pushing Force the vote. We need everybody. Sam Miller. Jimmy is burning bridges by attacking AOC's character, implying she's a sellout, fake progressive, etc. Let's not throw the squad under the bus. Okay, then I'll ask Lee, what do you think about Medicare for all turning progressives into pragmatic liberals?
Oh, yes, farmers are also demanding UBI in India.
Oh, okay.
So somebody wrote it twice, so yes.
All right, I'm looking. Let me look at getting this. Okay. Sorry about that. Not at all. I'm just tired. It's nothing to. Okay, hold on. This is going to be a short stream for me. All right.
4 hours?
Yeah, it's kind of short.
Wow, you have a lot of energy.
All right. Yeah, okay, let's see. Where is this thing? Is it added, Maria? Let's see. If not, it's okay. I will just Oh, you got the Jennifer Graham video. Okay, great. I think I'll have to say that for next time. Maria, is the other thing added? One second, okay. Let's see. No, it's never going. Yeah? Okay. Wave Foundation. Okay. Let me write this down. Brad, can you write this down, please, that it's Wave Foundation so I don't forget it? Or someone, let's see. I'll take a screenshot, but thanks, Bradley. Okay. Where am I? Yeah, no. All right. Where is it in the thing? I don't see it.
Hey.
I mean, I know I see it, but Maria, is it in it's in the screen thingy? Which number is it? This is the Esha thing? The tweet? By the way, this is running much more smoothly than it has. I don't see it though, except for that one thing. What number is it? 17 is blank, 18 is Granholm.
19.
Oh, thank you. All right. I don't know why I missed it. Thank you. Okay. All right. What should I do if there are more super chats and I can read in one thing? What do people do? They get someone else to read them or something, but that's not cool.
Where do you even see the never mind how anyone
look in YouTube or on the side of a StreamYard, which you're in.
Oh, okay. I see. I don't see the super chats, but I see all the chats.
Well, some of them have dollar signs next to them.
Ah, got it now. Okay.
Not to be too, whatever the word is. Whatever, late capitalism, guys. Am I right?
somebody said, please don't let them pour Marlo Stanfield, water on this spark. It's a rough one out here. Appreciate y'all.
Hold on. Where was I? Sorry. Okay. Why is that one? Oh, I see. Okay, now I get it. Okay. Okay.
But they humiliated them and got down. So that's really sad.
Is there an echo? Why is there an echo?
Okay, maybe you can't hear it.
No, I can hear it. I can hear it. It's just playing twice. I'm trying to figure out why. Where is it playing now? Hold on. I want to play this, but it's refresh it.
Handling such an agitation.
Katie, where'd you go? Yes, Brad and Maria are real people. Like, I've met Brad. He's a great musician, I believe. I guess Katie will come back, I hope. This is anyways, okay, so let me go on whatever rant I want until Katie comes back. But like, I do not understand. Yes, are we allowed to talk about the V word on the Katie Helper show? Okay, so yesterday, Vosh went on a rant against tankies, and he like tweeted out a meme with like where his like, oh, the Finnish soldier stole a ball from the Soviets, and it's like, you idiot. The Finnish soldiers were fighting on behalf of Nazi Germany. So, as you can see, like whenever
I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was just like ranting about a YouTuber, and I didn't know if it was okay to rant about a YouTuber while you were gone.
Who was it?
Vosh.
Oh yeah, I don't even. Yeah, Jack already told me he's not good. So
He's terrible.
It's fine. Can you guys hear this now? No, right? Oh my god.
No.
All right, hold on. I don't know what the hell that double thing was. Jesus Christ.
We can do it later.
No, because now I've started it. I can't give up on it, and I have to deliver. So
okay.
All right. I gotta make sure maybe this is closed. Okay. I'm almost there. I have another monitor I'm hooking up with. That'll be good. Okay.
The leaders have gone thrice they've gone, but they humiliated them and got down. So that's really sad. You know, and now they were absolutely, but they knew that we are coming on 26th and 27th. What they've done, they've given a meeting on the 3rd of December. So this is no way of handling such an agitation. ये इनकलाब है सर, ये revolution है. If they are not going to understand the seriousness of this matter, trust me, it's going to be, it'll define the next political structure of this whole geopolitics of this entire country and South Asia. It's going to be really sad for them. No, because किसानों की जमीन ही ले गए, तो बचा क्या है? खुदकुशियां कर्जे. No, we are not assuming it's definite. Sir, example. I'm nobody to comment on that, first of all, but I'm just discussing with you. Yes, please.
That's a good clip.
Yeah.
He's saying it's not an assumption it's going to happen. What did he say?
Yeah. So he's basically saying, he says this is the revolution. So the Modi government knew that the farmers were coming to Delhi, which is the capital, on the 27th of November, but they delayed and gave them like a meeting on December 3rd, which the farmers found to be really disrespectful. And he said, if you guys better watch out, because this is a revolution and we're not stopping. And so that's what the farmer basically said, that we're not playing. This is going to be a revolution. So the idea is to tell the BJP that, basically to pull this like neoliberal free market bill out or get fucked.
Get bent. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's like, we're gonna change the whole government of the whole structure of the all of South Asia before we let you pass this bill.
Good guy. I'd love to have you on the show.
Oh yeah, he's probably a farmer in Punjab. I'll find out what his name is.
Corporate media sucking hard and not covering this story. So like, let's pause the chat about Jimmy and Cenk on Twitter, and we can go back to it after this. That's all I'm saying. Sorry. But yeah. Most people were paying attention to that, Esha, but I just needed to make sure people know that those are the rules. Phil Winter says you can get that farmer.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
We'll try our best.
Yeah, let's do it.
I can try.
Yeah.
Or yes, it is that.
Okay. All right, cool. So, all right, guys. I will see you guys on Wednesday. We will see who's on. We may not know right now. We may know. It's not clear. I know some parts. There are no knowns. There are unknown knowns. There are unknown unknowns. And that's a reference to Rumsfeld. All right. Bye. See you guys Wednesday. Please subscribe, like, share, and become Patreon supporters. Bye.
Bye-bye.